There shouldn't be audio, guys, right now. I'll be on in a second. Just fixing something up. Yeah, I was just having some audio problems, but now it's fixed. Should be able to. Imagine hearing EJ. Imagine making that joke. Goat them! There we go. Now that should be good. Goat him! You're driving a Mac in American Truck Simulator? No, the Macs are good, but it's all about them K-Whoppers, man. It's all about the K-Whopper, bud. The Kenworths. I don't even know if it has that. Branson didn't actually ride his bike. Let me see. The pre-launch bike ride never happened. I can do that, Steven. Sure, absolutely. Steven, let's see. Is that good? Stefan? I pronounced it the Dutch way? Oh, Vendergaard, yes. Works for me? Nice. It's still so bad, dude. One more. I forget how to play it. Nope. How long have you been playing? Oh, since I bought my first guitar in 2006, dude. But when the Twitch DMCA nonsense really started coming about, like a couple years ago, I think like 2019, that's when I really started playing a lot. I play every day almost, Synthesis. Like whenever I get a chance, dude. Sometimes after the stream, I just sit here and it's just... Oh, yeah! Running with the devil. There we go. Wasn't the original DMCA stuff end of 2020? Well, that was the kind of DMCA apocalypse, right? No, they originally started putting that in, like putting that kind of stuff. I noticed it when they changed their terms of service. Twitch changed the terms of service to include nomenclature for Digital Millennium Copyright Act. That's when I really started playing. Thanks, Synth. I appreciate that. Running with the devil. Puns! Oh, God. I forget how he plays. It's so bad. Power chords? Yeah. Slap follow. EJ504. I am slap. I am bald. Slap. He does not know bass. So slap the bass.
Slap.
These bases must be stopped. They're all over the world and they must be stopped. We're gonna start a new segment called Bass. B-A-S-S. It stands for Bass Around the World. Here, let's see if we can slap the guitar. Ready? That's actually kind of difficult. Now play the entirety of Through the Fire and the Flames in 1 second. Okay. There you go. I have not seen that yet, D-Pick. Perfect. There you go. You got it. Sai, what's going on? Oh, I screwed that up. I screwed up the freaking... Oh, that was the scale. Dude, that's the easiest scale to play, and I screwed it up. I screwed it up. Oh, I can't play the B. Come on! Come on, fingers. Oh, man. You guys know that song, Rumble? That's a good song, dude. If you played StarCraft, it was playing in the background when Tychus and Raynor are in the bar. All right. Are we getting ready to start here? ULA Rocket Talk, all right? Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'll check that out in a second. All right. Okay, one more. One more and then we go. Okie dokie? I just gotta remember one part of it. Hold on. Nope. Alright, I don't remember that part of the song. Here, you get this instead. Yes and no, Endo. Hold on a second. I hope that's not a B. Son of a... Oh, there's another B in here. Crap! Are you shitting me right now? Again? Alright. I'm calling the landlord. Son of a B! Give me 1 second, guys. Let me put on the regular music. I'm calling the landlord. This is ridiculous. I don't know where he went. I don't know where it freaking went. God damn it. Alright. Sucks. Freaking so annoying, dude. The good news is he wants to sting you as much as you want to be stung. Oh, I know. That's just the third one in 2 weeks, man. There's freaking bees in here. Like... 1, I don't care. 2 is like, but 3? This is the third one, dude. This is ridiculous. You know, there's no other way a bee could get in here. I have the AC taped off. The only other way it could get in here is through the roof. Because there's a crawl space in my closet. There's the, like, I have my closet in my office. Because it's supposed to be a bedroom. And there's a way to get up into the roof. There's no other way in to this. There's no other way into this room except for the doorway. Alright, I'm compiling all the space news now. I don't know where it went, though. Whatever. It's alright. Gib mir die Spaß News. Ja. Jawohl. Schnell. Weiter, schnell, human, schnell! Give me the room news. Your room news is even a problem that I have not pronounced correctly. Give me the room news. I hope that bee just leaves me alone. Are you allergic to bees? No, Ma, I'm not. No, I'm not allergic to bees, dude. Not at all. I'm like, honestly, man, it wouldn't bother me as much. It's distracting when he's flying around up here. And second of all, that's the third bee in this room. There's a freaking nest. I'm pretty damn sure there's a nest up there. And the thing about yellow jackets is that you got to get the nest before it gets big. All right? Or else you'll be in a world of honey. You have to get the nest before it gets to be a pain in the butt. I can't have my freaking office be freaking fumigated, man. Like as if I have enough time away from the damn stream, you know? Yellow jackets are wasps, not bees, though. Why? Why does everybody have shy? Why? Why technicality? Who cares? You just said bee, then yellow jacket, then honey. Can I just say fuck and then you right after that? I'll time myself out. I'll take the time out for that one. I'll take the time out. Okay. Oh, they blocked 2 yellow jackets. Nice. I don't know. Yes, sure. Hey, I take the time out here, but now you got to take the time out. Oh man, you should see who timed you out. That's irony right there. That's some irony with a side of steel. Look, if he ain't gonna bother me, I ain't gonna bother him or her. It's 2021. Remember that. All right, let's all right, here we will start the space news. Hey, I'll take it. I earned the purge. Thank you very much. It's not a bad guess, but I'm the only one that does anything around here. You go called out. Called out. Boris is like... Seid für Weltraumnachrichten. Ja, you're just. Hey, I have an idea for my German friends. Here's what we do. We just take words and we combine them. We don't come up with other words. We just combine them. So, automobile, the car that has 4 rubber tires and a steering wheel. We're just gonna combine that all into one word and call it auto tire steering wheel in Schlachten. Yeah. Yeah. Hendrix kills right there. What's up, DC? We're just gonna we gotta take something simple like pistol and call it the Puppenschaften. Puppenschaften Pistolenschlager. Yes. Yes. Alright, no. Just kidding. Solid German accent. Oh, thank you very danke schön, mein Freund. Yeah. I love our compound words. What human person, what's the name of the word where you have two cars and you have two lanes and they merge into one lane and they have to, you know, one merges and then the other one merges and then the other one merges. What's that word called? The zipper merging? How do you decide who sits on mission control? I don't know, Sai. I've alerted the proper authorities and there. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yep. Hey, guy. All right. All right. Reisverschlussverfahren. Wegversmauling, ja? Reisverschlussverfahren. Does it seem like they're coming from the closet or anything? I don't know, Bree. I don't know. I usually see them up here first, so that's the only thing I can think of. Good morning, Haugen. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Spotchus, I know. Proper driving? Yeah, Geeson, is that. Steven, what is that word? What is that word? What am I supposed to do with that? Yes, that's a real word. How do I say the zipper word again? Reisverschlussverfahren. Yeah. Yeah, that's the simple word, right? Are you sure it's Yellow Jackets? All right. Just land. All right. Hold on there. Reißverschluss is zipper. All right. It's here. I'll show you what it looks like here. Yeah, it's a Yellow Jacket. This is it right here. It's this guy. That's what I'm dealing with. Yeah, Velo, I don't need to make Twitch fails by getting stung by a bee on stream. They're mean? Yeah, you know what else is mean? It literally means zipper procedure. Reißverschlussverfahren. Yeah. Kill it? I will if he shows himself again. Just gonna psst. No, yeah, Dream?
Discovery, go at throttle.
We just did, Bandit. Don't worry about it. T-Money, 9-month resub. The branding's auto-censored. It's just raid, man. But, like, the thing is, dude, I can't just shoot it and kill it. I gotta vent the areas because fumes, you know, probably not a good thing. Playing some Counter-Strike, Forlorn? I'm just waiting for the guy to show himself again. You can't say. Yeah. Okay. Strip. You need a fly swatter? No. We need the bee killer. It's altering between bee and Yellow Jacket for some reason. Yellow Jackets. Gotta be a man. Apparently I have to Yellow Jacket a man as well. Ian, whatever the hell that means. I didn't realize people gave too much of a crap about animal classifications. We have to secure the area? We've had an anomaly? We have to secure the area? But EJ, this is the internet. Yep. Wayward bug. Yep, scrub the stream. There's a bug in the range, Kyle. We've had an anomaly? Oh, it exploded. We have had an anomaly. We have to secure the area? I'll let you in on a little secret. You can make up whatever compound nonsense word you want. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew you could. Hodl. Hodl. Hodl yodel. Guys, I'm just waiting on Space News here for the bee to show itself. And then I'll hit it. I don't like showing it on stream or anything, so. Maka, check last. Okay. Today's truck progress. Dash is all buttoned up. It should be totally fine. I got everything kind of out of the way. NSF stream is a good shot of the 8th section right now. Yeah. Okay. He'll be right with you when you start the news. You can't say that, Black Cat. You can't make bee puns because it's not a bee, I guess. It's not a bee. It's cool, man. Sorry I missed it. Hey, no problem. Yeah, Ben, I have that, yes. For some reason, this doesn't go into the amp, though. Then we have Sasha and Boris. Beautiful. All right. Hey, look, a nerd. Oh, hey, look, a weeb. Goddamn weeb. What's up, Sneaky? How are you? Guys, I'm just waiting for that bee to fly around again. Just keep going with it. Hopefully I don't piss him off with my headphones on when I can't hear him. The finest bee calls I've ever heard. Thank you, Grapes. Thank you for the sub the other day, man. I appreciate it. All right, well, let's go and see what we got. Oop.
I'm Julia Paez, and I'm a propulsion system design engineer working on ULA's Interim Cryogenic Propulsive Stage, or ICPS program. As a propulsion engineer, I am responsible for the cryogenic propellants, the pneumatic system, the engine, and the attitude control system. I'm standing in NASA's assembly building where ULA's ICPS is being stacked on top of the Space Launch System, or SLS, core stage. ULA is providing hardware and engineering support for 3 ICPS stages, one each for NASA's first 3 Artemis missions to the moon on the SLS rocket. For Artemis 1, the ICPS will power the Orion crew capsule out of Earth orbit towards the moon for its 25-day uncrewed test flight. Built by ULA in collaboration with Boeing in Decatur, Alabama, the ICPS is a modified version of our 5-meter diameter Delta cryogenic second stage. The DCSS has flown on 42 Delta rockets and has delivered 100% mission success. Compared to the Delta IV second stage, the ICPS features a stretched liquid hydrogen tank in addition to electrical and mechanical interfaces customized for SLS and the Orion spacecraft. It also has a second hydrazine bottle for additional attitude control propellant. The ICPS will produce 24,570 pounds or 110.1 kilonewtons of thrust to accelerate to more than 24,500 miles per hour or 39,422 kilometers per hour to escape Earth's orbit. ULA is honored to go back to the moon with NASA, and we are excited to start this historic journey with the launch of Artemis 1. Go Artemis, go ICPS.
Ula. No Khalid unwatchable. Would you fly on it? Nah, man, I'm good. Sorry, Toronto. That's funny as hell. I never even noticed, dude. I didn't notice it until after the fact. They're like, yeah, would you ride on it? It's really cool, right? Yeah. Would you ride on it? Nah, I'm good. That makes that cast even better. What's the burn time on that stage? Oh, it's going to take a while. Low thrust, but very high delta V. All right, what's Jeff Fausticles saying? Let's see what we got. Nah, I'm good. He literally said that, Farfooch. It was awesome. House Appropriations have released a report accompanying the fiscal year 22 Commerce, Justice, and Science spending bill with just over 25 Bs for NASA. Not like the Bs here. Those are yellow jackets, remember? Appropriations for the 1.34... Appropriations are offering $1.34 billion for the human landing system, $150 million more than the request. Nice. The report says they're concerned by NASA's decision to select only one company. But doesn't do much else beyond noting the ongoing Next Step Appendix N competition. Oh my god, that's funny as hell. Oh man, that makes me happy. That's amazing. That's the best, dude. Oh man. It worked. Get fricked. Dude, NASA did it on purpose, man. They did it on purpose. They selected just SpaceX on purpose. Yeah, Jim's plan did work. Oh, that's amazing, dude. That guy's a friggin' legend, dude. That's so goddamn funny. Human person in German, how would we say the man that used to run NASA that has extremely big balls? Can that be combined into one word? Puns! What's up, Gieson? Can we call it the Breidensteiner Schlager Ball Ober NASA Berg? Jimmy Big Balls and Breidensteiner. Yeah, we call that the Breidensteiner, yeah. Jim von Bismarck. Grossballen, NASA director. We'll call it the Breidensteiner. Check it out, dudes. Kind of want to read that. Explain what actually happened. So Dylan, alright, let me give you guys a little bit of a breakdown here. Alright. Please. You didn't spell please right. So, I mean, puss. You got the Breidensteiner. Please. Oh, okay, Gorgon said please. Alright, so, yeah, I meant yellow jacket, please. Yep. Alright, so, per a NASA source selection statement that came out when the Human Landing System program down select was announced, NASA had known that's not a good place to start. Okay, give me a second. Dylan, it's a long story. But it's important to tell this story. It's important to understand. Okay, so I think the appropriate place to start off would be fiscal year 21 appropriations for NASA. Fiscal year 21 appropriations basically said that NASA basically asked for about $1 billion, give or take. Or no, was it $3 billion? They asked for a good amount of money to start up the HLS program, right? They got like $800 million or something. They were severely underfunded, right? Severely underfunded. So NASA came up with a plan, all right? They took the money that they thought they would be able to allocate, right? And we knew this from NASA's source selection statement, which they released when HLS when they did the down select. They basically only had enough money to choose one provider. The source selection statement stated that the next step, under the next step broad agency announcement, that they could choose 2 providers, they could choose 1, or they could choose 0. They could choose not to down select anybody if they didn't think they had the funds. So that right there is key policy, and that was policy that came from Jim, okay? And I know it's easy to say like, oh, it's the last guy that did all the work. No. Just hear me out. That was smart. That was a smart move, because the down select, we didn't hear about the down select for the human landing system until 2021. Now, cast your mind back to 2020. NASA didn't get a lot of money. There were 3 companies that were in the running for the human landing system, HLS. So this is a contract for a uncrewed demonstration mission to land on the moon, and then the Artemis 3 mission, right? So there were 3 customers. Dynetics with their piggyback landing system. There was the national team, which is Blue Origin, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and Draper Lab, with a 3-stage lander option. And then there's SpaceX with the Yeet option, which is just get a Starship to the surface of the moon, because get a Starship to the surface of the moon, right? When NASA figured out that it wasn't going to get the change that they wanted, here's what they did. Think of it like a chess game. This is a really smart move. The broad agency announcement said they didn't have to choose anybody. They could choose 1, or they could choose 2. Now, they didn't have the money to choose 2. No way. They didn't get enough cash. But they aren't going to choose 0 either. But they chose 1. They chose one contract. They chose SpaceX. And I challenge you to read my last out. Dreidensteiner große Rang Administrator sind Obenschaft. There you go. They chose 1. They chose SpaceX. They chose SpaceX with Starship. Now, Dylan, I'm fairly confident they did that on purpose. One first and foremost, that's the only thing they had the money for. That's the only thing where they could feasibly keep the 2024 deadline on, doable. So they chose SpaceX. But I think that had a second repercussive thing. NASA knew good and well that Jim and the people that came up with this knew good, and once again, these were the guys that were pulling the strings. This was in 2020 when this kind of all went on. We didn't hear about this until 2021, right? I think they knew good and well by choosing SpaceX, you'd piss off a lot of people with money in Washington, D.C. That's the right way to put that, I guess. Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Blue Origin, Draper, Dynetics. Dynetics is a Leidos company. Leidos is a very big defense contractor. I think they knew good and well what would happen here. And I think the defense contractors knew good and well what would happen here as well. The second they announced the HLS, they immediately protested the bid. National team and Dynetics immediately protested the contract award. Now, don't get me wrong. That's kind of just what happens. That's one of the things about the sport, I guess, that just kind of happens, like flopping in soccer, right? So they knew that was going to happen too. So they also knew that people would go to bat. And that the defense contractors would lobby for another lander. And that's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. So they all went to their representatives, right? And said, yeah, we need 2 landers. You need 2 landers. It said pick 2 landers. You need 2 landers. You need 2 landers. And the politicians did their freaking thing, right? So now, all of a sudden, we just have another $1 billion to spend this year on HLS. I think that was a calculated move. I think it was a calculated move, and it was the only way to get 2 landers on the books. Because fiscal year 21 is a pretty damn good example of why that was the only way. They went and asked for it outright. Didn't work. Yeah, exactly, KSP. Leidos is big. They do all kinds of stuff. All kinds of innies and outies. Here, DV, I'll show you. So, Dylan, the reason why I think this was a calculated play is because Jim tried to play nice. Jim knows that the defense contractors want to do this stuff. If you give them the money, they'll do it. They want to do that. The aerospace companies like engineering aerospace things. Holy crap. Freaking breakthrough, right? Wait, defense contractors do lobby work for NASA? Well, in this case, yeah, Neptune. They lobbied for dude. Northrop Grumman, who launches stuff to the ISS, has a huge ICBM contract to resupply our ICBM program first stages. Oh, yeah. They're all defense contractors. Heck, even SpaceX. SpaceX launches stuff for the Space Force. They're a defense contractor by definition, right? I'll give him your seat, Grapes. Do you have a seat on Starship? So, yeah, $13.3 billion contract to refresh our ICBMs. So, you got Elon baited. Nice. I was like, wait, what? So, I think that Jim's plan, or at least the guys that came up with it, paid off. I think they knew what was going to happen. And, it's not just Jim, Jim came up with the plan. Here's the thing, all right? Check this out. The current NASA administrator is a guy by the name of Bill Nelson, okay? So Bill's a good dude. He's been pretty good thus far. He really knows how to play the Rule 8 game, because he's been in Congress for a very long time, since 1972. He's one of 2 serving members of Congress that's actually launched on the space shuttle and been to space. So I always said that you don't want an astronaut to run NASA. You want a politician to run NASA, somebody that's going to fight for NASA, and well, we can get both of those things. Hercules, Hercules, Hercules. Anyway, so check this out. You got to go down here. Look right here. So we say it was Jim, right? Jim did it. But check this out. It wasn't just him. Look. So Bill Nelson was in office until 2018. He got bonked in the midterms, right? So on May 28th, 2019, literally right when he would have left office, right? Nelson was appointed to serve on NASA's Advisory Council. Nelson was a member at large of the council, which advises on all major program and policy issues before the agency. His appointment was praised by NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, who stated that Nelson is a true champion for human spaceflight and will add tremendous value to the Moon and Mars. And then he just became the NASA Administrator right after that. Hook, line, and sinker! Boom! Roasted! That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. Jim doesn't play the game. He beat the freaking game. What that guy did for NASA, I would buy this man free steaks for a long time. Free steaks and Guinness is on me, Jim, and I have that on the internet if you ever see this. I will buy you and your entire family a nice steak dinner as my thank you, because freaking legend status right there. What him and his team did on the advisory council with Bill there got us that freaking money. You're never got NASA the money that they needed now to make 2 landers. NASA redid their legislature. That's what well, not legislature. They redid the broad agency announcement. It's called Appendix N. Appendix N opens up a new opportunity to field 2 landers. So SpaceX still has the HLS, but that still is under protest. SpaceX still has HLS, but Appendix N in the broad agency announcement under the Next Step 2 program says that NASA can appoint another lander. Can bring another lander onto the books under the Lunar Exploration Transport Services, or LETS program. So, guys, I'll be honest with you. That is huge freaking news. Right here, that's huge news. That's amazing. That's really good news. Like, really good news. That is about as good as it gets. NASA got 150 million budget, 150 million over their 1.3 or over their 1.2 billion dollar asking, which is amazing. That's right, 04. Jim brought it back, dude. He definitely helped. Now, yeah, it's freaking definitely him. That's amazing. This is really good news. I'm actually really excited about this. That's amazing. I'm pumped. 2 landers, baby, on the books. 2024 is not out of the question. Not right now. We should all go down there and protest this. The end of an era at Atlanta Motor Speedway. What are they doing? Why are they tearing it up? Repaving and reconfiguring the track? Reconfiguring? What are they reconfiguring it to? Oh God, no. Don't do this. Could you clip your Bridenstine invitation for YouTube? I don't know. Maybe. So they're... Hey, Cosmic Quest, thanks for the raid. So they're making it more narrow and changing the banking? Hey, Cosmic Quest, how are you? Thank you very much for the raid. I'm confused. In a revealing plan, this is coming off Auto Week, in a revealing plan to transform Atlanta Motor Speedway into a one-of-a-kind intermediate track. With the largest bank corners of any comparable venue, Speedway Motorsports Incorporated also earned a considerable amount of criticism from the drivers. The project will commence on Sunday after the Cup Series race, and it will increase the banking from 24 to 28 while decreasing the width of the corners on the racing surface from 55 to 40. And from 55 to 52 on the tri-oval. Stated goal from Speedway Motorsports Incorporated, Director of Operations and Track President, is to break the mold of so-called cookie-cutter mile-and-a-half tracks by creating something that more closely resembles the racing product at Daytona and Talladega. Ew. Ew. Bandit, they just don't get it, do they? They really just don't get it. This is one of the only mile and a halves that was actually really fun to watch because you have to manage the tires. They just don't get it, bro. They don't freaking get it. These people don't talk to the fans. They don't care. You see that Jeff Hoot? Yeah, I did see it, Havix. We'll cover that in a second. I dislike it when people say, but SpaceX doesn't lobby because literally from a job posting, day-to-day operations. Yeah, of course. Of course they lobby. Yeah, they call it government affairs. It's Speedway Motorsports, not NASA. Well, you know, Speedway, you know, if NASCAR had any balls, I'd be like, nah, yeah, we're not racing there anymore. Sorry. Bye-bye. Oh, well, you're fired. Bye-bye. 8th segment is on the road. I know, Baxi. Yep. Okay, so that's the third time that was linked. All right, what is this? All right, let's see what we got. So down here, you guys wanted me to see this. Appropriations. Oh, okay. Appropriations rejected NASA's proposal to terminate SOFIA, providing $85.2 million for the Airborne Observatory. Hey, all right. SOFIA stays on the books. Hell yeah. Mars sample return would get $688 million, $24.8 million above the request in order to meet a 2026 launch. Good. See, fellas, the key to this with projects, the key with projects like that is to just overfund it by just a teeny weeny bit. These margins are pretty good thus far. 150 million over, that's enough to compensate for, that's enough for a margin of error. It's a margin of error on the positive side. That's nice and healthy. This also, nice and healthy. The report provides only $45 million for commercial low Earth orbit development, less than half of the request. Appropriators are concerned NASA lacks clear goals and metrics for a transition from the ISS and directs a report assessing future requirements and industry capabilities. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, they ruined Silverstone. Oh, for it. They ruined Silverstone. It's terrible. I hate the new track configuration. I don't mind moving the paddock over to the back side of the track. Without bridge in club, I really just don't care. Axiom already has a contract, guys. This isn't, and Axiom is not the commercial low Earth orbit development. That's not Cleod. It's a different program. And that's probably the reason why this is the way that it is. Because NASA lacks clear goals and metrics. Seriously, why is Axiom Space, who is launching modules to the ISS for commercial development, not under Cleod? Not under the commercial low Earth orbit development. I get it. That makes sense. Don't worry. They'll fix that. I'm not worried about that. They'll button that up. I honestly think New Silverstone is better for racing, so it's fine. Yeah, but the track is terrible. And I disagree. I disagree. I haven't seen a good race at Silverstone in a long time. Off-topic question, are you going to play F1 2021? I didn't have any plans on doing that, Livid. Imagine what kind of station we could build with Starship. That would be nice. Alright. Well, I'm not worried about this, fellas, to be honest. Not worried. I think that's fine. Let's go back over here. So, let's see what we got. The planes. This one goes fast. That one goes real fast. That one goes faster. I like that one in the back. This one's good. This one's good. You know, I'm really happy for you, SR-71, and I'm gonna let you finish, but we all know that the space shuttle is the fastest plane of all time. There's my Bay. There's Bay. Look at Bay. Oh, yeah, there's the X-24. We were reading about that, dudes. We were reading about this the other day in the X-33 documentation. That's cool. SF-71's also single stage. There's the other bay right there. And that one. And that one. I like that one too. I want all. Can I just have all this?
Hi, I'm Steve Case, and I'm proud to be the chair of the Smithsonian Institution. Today, we're proud and excited to be announcing a $200 million gift from Jeff Bezos. We're partnering with Jeff at the National Air and Space Museum,
Jeff.
but also to power and animate our broader virtual Smithsonian strategy to take the Smithsonian to every home and to every classroom. I'm going to turn it over to our secretary who's led the charge in moving the Smithsonian into the future, and Lonnie Bunch.
Thanks, Steve. This incredibly generous gift to the Smithsonian and to the nation will result in a state-of-the-art learning center at the museum and fund the center's programs, including collaborations across the Smithsonian. A significant portion will also support a cutting-edge technology infrastructure and an enhanced visitor experience as part of the museum's transformation. We couldn't be more thankful for this history-making donation, and we are incredibly excited about how it will help us inspire the next generation of innovators and explorers to achieve the remarkable, just like astronaut Jim Lovell.
As a kid, many people whose stories are told at Air and Space were my inspiration to fly and soar. That led to my chances to participate in a bit of space history myself. And our generation from Mercury to Apollo inspired a generation of people like Jeff Bezos that is breaking barriers today. Now, with his gift, he is paying it forward to the next generation. Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, not bad. Jeff who? That's who. It's good for the museum, Williams. I don't care. That's awesome. Good for him. That's friggin' cool, man. Play the Jeff song. Banana Jeffrey Bezos. Banana Jeffrey Bezos. Banana Jeffrey Bezos. Da, da, you did it. Banana Jeffrey Bezos. Banana Jeffrey Bezos. Banana Jeffrey Bezos. Da, da, congratulations. Sorry. It's a good song, man. So apparently Artemis 1 will carry CubeSats. A whole lot of them, Bandit, in the Orion staging adapter. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them in there. They're being worked on right now. Is he getting a seat behind you? I could put Jeff over here. Sure. No, that's great, man. That's good news. I'll take the good space news, dude. Take the good space news. That's fine. That's all good with me. Speaking of that, can we look through them today? Let's wait until the Orion gets on their core. I was thinking about covering all the payloads on Artemis 1 when Artemis 1 is fully stacked. That's what I was thinking. Didn't you say orbit the Earth, then he gets the seat? Yeah, Banks, that sounds like something I'd say, sure. No, that's, guys, look, all right, don't stare a gift horse in the mouth. I get it, billionaires, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I get it. But also, this is pretty cool, man. Look, amongst anything, dude, like, Jeff could have given that to a bunch of different charities. He could have given it to anything. No, he gave it to the damn Smithsonian. And you can be damn sure that's deliberate. You can say whatever you want about Jeff Bezos, but he's a space nutcase. Like the good kind of space nutcase. Like he's like us. Like we're space nutcases. He's just a space nutcase that has a lot of $1 billion of money. That's how you should say that. No, it's true. The guy loves space. I can just tell by the way he talks. It's very, 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 very easy to spot somebody that likes space. It's very simple. And honestly, what convinced me that that guy is a space nutcase is when he was the Blue Moon presentation, when he was talking about Blue Moon and the lander and everything. It's like one of the few times I've actually, like listened to him talk, and he started doing the thing, and then he kind of went off on, actually, to be honest, guys, he said one of the smartest things I've ever heard anybody say. To be honest with you. Yeah, the Blue Moon was a great speech, Woodbite. That was really the first time I ever heard him talk, like, off the cuff. And, he's a space nutcase. Yeah, also the fact that he's done an expedition to get the F1. Thomas, I've seen that damn engine. I've seen those engines and the injector plates. I've been to the Museum of Flight. I saw them with the developers of Kerbal. Yeah, we all went to the Museum of Flight. Yeah. I've seen those engines. That's what I mean. He's a space nutter. I mean, dude, if you had a couple $1 billion, would you go dig Saturn V engines out of the water? Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, you'd be damn sure I'd be doing that. Sure. Actually, yeah, during that Blue Moon thing, Jeff Bezos said one of the smartest things I've ever heard anybody say. And I know it sounds kind of dumb when I say it, it's not going to sound as smart, but he was talking about the cost of what it takes to get into space. And then there was the 747, expendable versus reusable. And then he said, like, which is what everybody says. Elon says that all the time, right? But then he said something a little bit different, all right? He said something a little bit different. He said, we need to go out into space, right? Obviously. We need to go out into space. But the prices for space flight can't go up. They have to go down over time. And once again, still, yeah, obviously. And then he said, he's talked about his work at Amazon, right? And he said, look, I've talked to a lot of consumers. I've gotten a lot of consumer feedback, right? What he said, this is the part that I'm talking about. He said, you know what? I've never had anyone come up to me and say, you know what, Jeff? In 10 years, I need something to cost twice as much as what it does now. And I'm like, huh. It's kind of like a no crap moment, but yeah, that actually makes really good sense. Yeah, Patoxin. Don't get me started on them. Let's not get started on them. But I think we all know where that road leads. But that's actually one of the smartest things I've ever heard anybody say, because it's so ridiculously to the point. It's so ridiculously simple, but it actually means a lot. You know what I need? You know what I need, EJ? I need a subscription to your stream in 10 years to cost twice as much. Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes perfect sense. And he goes, we need to think about that with spaceflight. I'm like, huh. I mean, yeah, that's... Like, there's nothing there that we didn't already know, right? But also at the same time, that shows me that he gives a frick. That's the gist of what I'm getting at. Yeah, Graped, right? You know what I need? I need a video game to have less content and cost twice as much. And then have a bunch of DLCs to cost more. Yeah, Thomas, that's the kind of stuff he was taking a stab at. We can't do that with spaceflight. And you know what, man? You can say whatever you want about Jeff. I get it. He's certainly not above criticism. Nobody is. Not me, not anybody. But that was a pretty damn smart thing to say. That's really smart. No, Katra, what he's saying is the exact opposite of all the bullcrap that people are touting with Virgin Galactic. He wants to bring the cost of space down for everyone. And look, all right, I get it. Richard Branson, yeah, I get it. I understand. $250,000 for Virgin Galactic, and then Jeff Bezos with New Shepard and everything, right? I get that. I understand it. But also at the same time, look, man, it's kind of nice to hear one of the richest guys on the planet say that. Like, once again, I gotta give credit where credit is due, bro. That's really smart. Yes, exactly. I need video cards to cost 4 times more than they did 10 years ago. Nobody says that. That's right. Like, that's one of those things, Fistus, where it seems at face value like it's like, yeah, no crap, thanks for that. But that shows an intrinsic understanding of how economics work. And you can say whatever you want, but you can't say that Amazon doesn't understand that, all right? And I get it. It's not just economics. It's other things too. But you have that guy that's trying to do, like, you have that guy that ran Amazon for so many years. Now he's going to, A, launch himself into space, and B, he's a space nutcase. Dude, you know, Richard Branson has a lot of money. I get it. Jeff Bezos has few money compared to him. So, look, man, like, I know good and well I'm going to get crap saying anything positive about Jeff Bezos on here, but I gotta call it fair. Hey, that's pretty good, man. Hey, that's pretty good. But how Amazon makes it cheaper is at the expense of their employees. Yeah, no, like, once again, don't, dude, you don't think, dude, okay, just put yourself in my position here for a second, okay? I want to, my position, Cuban, you know me, it's always been to it's about good things with space. I don't want to sit here and have a stream where I tell you about how Amazon's relationship with their employees, okay? I'm not doing that, all right? I want to spot the good space news when I see it, and I get it. I know good and well you get good with the bad, but once again, this is pretty decent space news here, man. Would anybody be batting an eye if Elon did this? If Elon gave $200 million to the Smithsonian, everyone would be like, oh man, that guy's so cool. Look, I gotta call it fair, dude. You gotta call it like it is. All right, I think that's very important, and it's very important in my critical judgment. But you can acknowledge good with bad, right? Now, I like Amazon. I do. I you know, they've helped me with this in more ways through Twitch, right? I can't say that I don't like it. Like, that would be very hypocritical of me, right? But you gotta understand, it's more about calling it fair and less like, dude, you know good and well what's gonna happen if I talk anything about Amazon on here. I get it. But I gotta call it fair, man. You gotta understand that from my point of view. I never want this stream to be like a certain news writer that's very biased. No, I'll call it fair. Good news is good news, man. I'll take the good news with space flight stuff. I believe we can't afford to be picky. Bezos is worth 200 billion. Branson's is worth 5 billion. Literally, yeah. Havoc's. Look, I have a thing. I have this thing about rich people. All right. There's two kinds of people that have money. All right. There's two kinds. There's the kind of people that are pretty damn well off that want you to know that they have money, and then there's the kind of people that have what I like to call you money. Okay. You money. Why? Because you. Alright, there's two kinds. There's kinds that want you to know that they have money. YouTube influencers. And then there's the people that have screw you money that don't care. That actually go and do stuff with it. $5 billion is screw you money too. Yeah, but compared to 200? Yeah, Bill Gates, a pretty good example of that. Guy doesn't care. Wears a t-shirt and jeans to friggin' work. He doesn't care. He's got screw you money. What does he have to prove? Yeah, Mayor, right? People that fly first class and people whose planes don't need tickets. Yeah, right. Dude, I'm telling you, two kinds of rich people, man. There's people that want to let you know that they have money, and there's people that don't really care. And look, I'm not going to sit here and say that working in the service industry in Boston, I didn't run into a lot of people that, you know, want to let you know they have money, and a lot of people that just straight up have money. Working at the freaking grocery store and stuff, dude, there are parts of Newton that are really well off. Like, really well off. And there are parts that aren't. And then there's parts right in the middle, which is kind of where I'm from. Then there's the townies that have lived there the entire time, right? Which is me, and I'm just like, wow, that's a Ferrari. Okay, you own that. All right, sweet. That's cool. I don't have too much money, but still, screw you. I go and do my own thing, which is not a lot because no money. Yeah, Vaz, I got you. But hey, look, I'm not going to stare a gift horse in the mouth. That's cool. 200 million? 200 million. That's pretty cool, man. My bar for screw you money is pretty low. Anyone walking into an Outback Steakhouse? Nice. So, hey, look, man, I get it. I know good and well what talking about Blue Origin or Jeff Bezos is going to get me in here. I get it, and that's not a... Nobody's above criticism. I get it. But I'm not going to not share this. It's pretty damn cool news. 200 million. 200 million. And then there's the other thing that people always overlook, that Jeff Bezos has been cashing out shares in Amazon because he has to. He has to disclose it with the, FTC. He's been cashing out shares in Amazon over the last 10 years to the tune of $1 billion a year to fund Blue Origin. Blue Origin's space program literally has SLS's budget. I just thought I'd let you know. I mean, everybody just forgets that. Everybody just thinks, oh, he just crapped out a freaking aerospace company. Oh, look, they just launched something that goes up and down, right? Yep, that's all they do, sure. Of course, Twitch didn't notify me that you're live again. Am I in the Screw You Club if I can buy you a steak over a cold one? No, you're in the Friend Club, Baz. SEC, Securities Exchange. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's what I mean, man. Like, I ain't gonna sit here and say, like, look, oh, like 200 million, no, that's nothing. Like, the Blue Origin thing is a pretty big chunk of change. The Udvar-Hazy Museum was like 300 million to build, move in and start up. Just think of what they literally got their total budget, but doubled, man. This is great news. What do we play for early hours? Truck. I just started Space News right away, Sebi. So much money for no engine on the table. They're scaling engine production to the NSSL contract, Supercraft. Like, this is not rocket science, man. It's more economics than anything. It's the economics of rocket science. Predictions for Starship first orbital flight. Senshai, I think it's going to work, dude. I think it'll work. Sure, why not? Is pal better than friend? No, guy is better than friend. You're slowly becoming my evening news. Did you hear about the tower crane collapse in BC? No, Crafter. Oh, jeez. I hope everybody's okay. I'm not your guy, pal. I'm not your pal, friend. Is 200 million enough to go? I mean, they could double the size of the museum would bite. And the Smithsonian, believe it or not, guys, has a problem. You know what the problem with the Smithsonian is? They have so many freaking planes and not enough space to put them anywhere. That's why they made the Udvar-Hazy Museum in the first place. Because the Smithsonian, the Air and Space Museum in DC at the National Mall, wasn't big enough. The Smithsonian has thousands of historic planes sitting in hangars in DC somewhere. Thousands of them. That's not an exaggeration. Thousands with a T. There's so many freaking planes and they can't fit them everywhere. So this is great. That's great for the Smithsonian. Why was it built in the middle of the city? Little lesson on the National Mall then, Balksy, if you don't know DC too well. All right, so check this out. It's part of it's what we call the National Mall. It's super cool, actually. This is somewhere you should go if you ever come to the States. Go to the National Mall. It's amazing. So if you look at Washington, D.C., right? Washington, D.C. is a giant T. It's a giant cross, right? Which is, I mean, that's pretty cool if you're into that. And then people say there's Mason symbols and stuff, but in reality, it's just pretty good urban design. Roundabouts before roundabouts were even a thing. But the traffic still blows, but whatever. All right, so check it out. You have the National Mall. So at the end, you have the Lincoln Memorial. So I'm sure you've seen that. And then there's the Potomac River. And then on the other side of the Potomac River, you have Arlington National Cemetery, which is where all the U.S.'s, like, you get into Arlington if you're, like, high on the list. Like, I'm pretty sure Audie Murphy's there. The Challenger 7 are there. Columbia. Apollo 11. John F. Kennedy is there. Or not Apollo 11, Apollo 1. Why am I'm stupid. They're right here. I've been there many times. No, I think it's maybe up the street a little bit. Where is it? So John F. Kennedy's there, and buried next to JFK is the remains of the Challenger 7 and the Columbia 7. It's around here somewhere. So that's actually really cool. It's very somber. And then you have the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Don't piss them off. They'll come after you. The Unknown Soldier is somewhere over here. But yeah, everyone should go to Arlington at some point. It's pretty cool. Then you have the National Monument to the Marine Corps over here. Hoorah! That's pretty sick. Which shows the 4 Marines and the reporter that, or the combat correspondent that put up the flag at Iwo Jima in what is it, 1945, on top of Mount Suribachi. That's what that is. It's pretty cool. And then so you have the Lincoln Memorial, and then in the center of the National Mall you have the Washington Monument, which is it's a big obelisk. It's pretty cool. And then over on this side you have all the different war memorials. There's the Vietnam Memorial right there. The World War II Memorial's right there. The Korean War Memorial is right there. Amongst other things. And then over here you have everybody's favorite building. So that's the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania, right there. And then here's the cool part. So right here on the National Mall, in this long stretch, these are all museums. All museums. And here's all the government buildings are right here. So like all the different agencies. The FBI building is over here somewhere. So like there's the Museum of Natural History. There's the Museum of American History. There's the Air and Space Museum. These museums are all free. You can just walk right in. No problem. They're all free. It's all taxpayer paid. This is cool. I mean, I personally think one of these should be in every city, but just saying. Yep. So, the Air and Space Museum is this one. And there were so many planes it freaking hit capacity. There's so much stuff that it hit capacity. So they had to provide a relief. There's still too many planes. But you go into the other museums, you see the Museum of Natural History, the Museum of American History. These are all different museums. And then at the very end, you have the powerhouse. There you go. Capitol building. Where Congress does Congress things. Like approve NASA appropriations. And then you have the train station over there. That's how it's set up. There's a huge national mall in here. And honestly, the Air and Space Museum, I'm pretty sure you could just go into it. Yeah, you can. See? Hey, a J-79. That's an F-4 Phantom engine. We got a picture of a Phantom here? No, but we got a really nice collage of a bunch of different planes. 262, B-47, F-86, MiG-19. If something was to happen on a rocket again with crew, do you think they would be... Yes. That's where they would be interred. Absolutely. Whoa. Hey. All right. Cool. A 262. Look at that. Huh. One of my favorite things, and you take this for what you will, is they try to be historically accurate with every plane. So you see what's on the tail there, right? This is the markings that it was in when it was captured. I actually really appreciate that. I don't appreciate what that stands for. I want to be very clear on that. But I do appreciate it that they capture them and they restore them to how when they got them. There's a Y. No, it's an XP80. Dude, this museum is baller. There's so much good stuff in here. And it's not... You'd think that the museum comes off as a Jerk America's Chain Fest to show, like, how awesome we are at everything, right? Like, that sounds pretty typical American. No. It just explains what everything is. There's no bull crap with it. That's why I love the Smithsonian is the best, man. Because when they made it, they made sure they made it a thing to just tell the story, which is, that's what I'm about. Tell the story. And I love that stuff, man. Yeah, there's a 7.4 chilling over there. There's the DC-3 up there. Ford Trimotor. Sick. Where's the food court? Down at the other end. Yeah, cooking. That's why the Smithsonian is... I will speak very highly of it all the time. They have a LEM. They have a lunar excursion module. One of the only ones that are still around. It's down at the other end. It's over here. Let's go in here. Let's see. This is the space side. The side that's towards the Capitol building is the space side. Yeah, these museums are amazing. Oh, hell yeah. So, check that out. See that over there? I haven't been there, Tiggs, but I know about Collings. See? No bullcrap. They just said what everything is. That's Skylab. Skylab 2 is right there. There it is. That's a real Skylab. That is a real upper stage that was converted. A real S4B. There's a real V2 right there. Well, Freaky, the thing about the Smithsonian and the reason why we're talking about it at all is because Jeff Bezos just donated $200 million to the Smithsonian so they could build more things, so they could build a bigger museum and put more stuff in it. That's Skylab, dude. There it is. That's the backup. That's a real space station. Never flew, but... Where is this? This is in Washington, D.C. This museum is great. I love this museum with all my heart. Check that out. That face when that's a real CSM and a real Soyuz capsule. Freaky, it looks pretty crowded in there. All right, well, check this out. So that's one part of the space center, or the space museum. All right, the other part is an annex because they couldn't fit everything in there. It's over here at Dulles Airport in Virginia. This is the expansion, and Jeff Bezos just gave $200 million to expand this even more. The Udvar-Hazy Center is insane. Here, I'll just drop you in here. See anything you like? This is, once again, free. You can walk right in. Dude, go to the Udvar-Hazy Center. Yeah, who knows what the circle with the R and 8-2 means. You should know those markings. It is free, W. Yep. This is one of the best things the U.S. has ever done, dude. And it's not just American planes. We got everything. There's everything in here. That's the Enola Gay. That's the real B-29 that Paul Tibbets flew over Hiroshima in August 1945. That's the real one. That's the plane. It's kind of scary. It's very, like, every time I see it, I'm like, What is the museum or place where all the rockets in the Saturn V sits? Well, there's a couple of Saturn Vs around, Bank. There's a couple of them. There's a Saturn V in Huntsville. There's a Saturn V at Johnson Space Center in Houston. And then there's a Saturn V at Kennedy Space Center. It's such a normal looking plane, but it did some not normal things. Yeah. Yep. Little lighter note, who knows what this is? This tall drink of water right here. First 707, it's not a 707. Now's the time where EJ's gonna chat you. That's a 367-80. That was the name. That's the prototype. That's SN1 for the 707. 367-80. That was the internal version number. That plane did a barrel roll. Tex Johnson is the guy's name. He's a test pilot for Boeing. And when they debuted its first flight, he didn't tell anybody. He didn't tell nobody. He flew it over a bunch of spectators, and Boeing threw this big party. He flew it for a bunch of spectators, frickin' did a barrel roll right in front of him. And yes, a barrel roll. Full rudder right, full roll right. Upside down. Yep. And everyone's like, what are you doing? Stop it, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm selling airplanes. Flew the thing like a fighter jet to show off what a jetliner could do. Aileron roll. False. Barrel roll. He pressed Z or A twice. This plane has been upside down. That's cool. And it marked the jet age. That marked the start of the jet age, modern airline industry as we know it. Oh, speaking of modern airliners. Fasten seatbelt rule was right after that. Wasn't it Denzel that did that? Yes. No, the Comet started the jet age. Well, if they had one, they would put it here, Tessa. I'm sure they'd put it right next to it. This has a Concorde in it. There's Concorde. There's a Junkers over there. That's a Ju-52, I think. There's the Clippers, man. That's the thing that started it all. 307 Stratoliner. It's a passenger liner B-17. Emma, 19-month resub. I'm saving that for last, Oba. Ew, it's a French Concorde. Connie. See the Connie over there? Oh, this museum is so freaking cool. So, there's a better part of the museum that I want to show you. And once again, I'm not going to show you the whole thing. You guys should go and see this place. This place is immense. Here's the other part of the museum. Personally, a personal favorite part of mine. This is the War Prize part. So check this out. A6M0. There's what's left of a Kawasaki. Then they have, I think this is a Val over here. Siren right there. An M6, so the A6 and the M6. And then they have the Oka. The freaking, check that out. First cruise missile right there. Or one of the first, I should say. Trust me, if you're ever visiting the States, guys, go to these places. Go to these museums. They're insane. Yeah, it has the Oka is it's a cruise missile with a cockpit. And let's just leave it at that. And then, check this out. This is awesome. Do you know why this is awesome? Not because of where the planes came from, but they're the only examples around. The only Dornier DO-335 that exists. There's no other. The only Arado 234 left in existence. Right there. That was the first jet bomber right there. with rocket-assisted takeoff thrusters. Yep. I don't know if they have a Vega up here. Focke-Wulf 190. And then it's on the other side. It's behind these planes. What's the name of the missile again? The Oka. OHKA. Oh, I broke it. There is the only surviving example of a Horton 229. And it was a test article. It was a Horton mock-up. But it's the only surviving example from the Horton brothers. So the Flying Wing. And then there was a Heinkel 2 something or other. These are the coolest parts of the museum. The parts, look, see over there? Who knows what that is? There you go. ME-163. Last time I was there, the Horton 229 was here, but it's not there anymore. They moved it. What's going on? Hey, Frank, what's up, dude? The ME-163, the Comet. Hey, Shikama, what's going on? The other Comet. The first Comet. There it is. Captured in condition that they got it. This is my favorite. That's really cool. It's still there. These pictures are outdated. And then check this out. They got MiGs over there. There's a MiG-21 over there. There's actually, I think that's a Sukhoi. Or no, that's a MiG. They got MiG-19s, F-86, F-4s. That's the Vietnam section. I'll show you that some other time. Yeah, long story short, that's why Jeff Bezos giving money to the Smithsonian is really cool. That's a really cool thing. That's a really cool thing to do. You know, I get it. People, Jeff Bezos. No, I don't. Dude, it doesn't matter. This is at Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. Or just, it's in Virginia. It's technically in Virginia. So you want to visit that, and then you want to go to the Air and Space Museum right here. There's a P-38 in there. Keymen, let me tell you this. They have a P-38 that was flown by Dick Bong. That P-38 in there was flown by him. Not his plane from World War II, but it was flown by him. He flew in it. Richard Bong was the highest scoring fighter pilot during World War II. He flew a P-38 in the Pacific. Highest scoring fighter pilot. He shot down so many planes, dude. Yeah, Carl, DC traffic kind of sucks, but yeah, it's not too bad. On the Allies side. No, total, Ennis, total. The guy is the Simo Haya of airplanes, dude. Because the P-38 was faster than everything else. It's just for the U.S., not overall? Are you sure? Okay, for the U.S. then. Are you sure? I thought it was overall, but it's all right. There's an F-14. The F-14 at the Smithsonian, guys, is the one that inspired Top Gun. It's the one that shot down a Libyan MiG in the 80s. That's the one that inspired Top Gun. Okay, so there were other fighter races, but yeah, dude, I'm telling you, that's why Jeff giving that money to the museum is really freaking cool. That's cool, man. Good on you. All right, so let's keep going with the space news. Nothing was faster than the Mozzie in the air. Actually, the P-38 and the Mosquito go about the same speed, Tessa. And you know what the funny part is? I like both of those planes. Yeah. I'm noticing a pattern here. The Mosquito is my favorite British plane from the war, maybe with the exception of the Lank. The P-38 is my favorite plane from the Americans, favorite fighter. That and the P-47. So, okay, I like the P-38 and the P-47, and then for the British, I like the de Havilland Mosquito and the Hawker. Or actually, the Beaufighter was better. Beaufighter was cooler. I'm noticing a trend here. All the planes that I like either have a lot of guns on them or go very fast. The Hurricane. Yeah, Hurricane, beast mode of a fighter. Underrated. The Spitfire overshadowed how useful the Hurricane was, in my opinion. P-38 and B-17, good man. Yeah, B-17, solid choice. I'm biased towards the B-24, even though I know it was a piece of junk, Tessa, but that's what my grandfather worked on. My grandfather in the war was an airplane mechanic. Oh, geez. Yep, didn't see that one coming. Didn't see that one coming. Runs in the family, I guess. I don't know. You're an F4U fan? Yeah, very respectable juice bot. And then for the German stuff, if we're talking German propeller planes, I like the Focke-Wulf. I think the Focke-Wulf 190 is one of the best fighter planes of the war, by a long shot. The Germans were smart, dude. They were very smart. The Focke-Wulf 190, along with the Spitfire does this as well, they have the wings all the way at the front. If you look at a Spitfire or you look at a Focke-Wulf 190, the wings are all the way at the front. You know what that does? That puts your center of lift on your center of mass. And then they have a really long tail. You have a really long tail, and you have your control surfaces back there. The control surfaces have an insane moment over the center of lift and the center of mass of the aircraft. You know what that means? High maneuverability. Your first boss was a B-24 gunner. Cool. And the P-38 does the same thing. More aviation news. Yep. See? The Focke-Wulf, right there. The Germans, along with the British, knew to put the wings right next to the engine, as far forward, close to the engine as they could, and have a really freaking long tail. That made a very, 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 very maneuverable fighter. I like the Focke-Wulfs. The 109s weren't bad. 109s weren't bad, just complicated. She was an engine mechanic. About a decade ago, she actually up-tuned a Merlin for road use in the Capri. I remember that. Jeez. Yeah, it's smart. And then in terms of crazy war innovations, there's the P-38. I said that the P-38 was my favorite. But, so, this is a Lockheed plane, right? The P-38 was designed by Kelly Johnson. That's the guy that designed, amongst other things, the Lockheed Constellation. Pretty cool. F-104 Starfighter. It's pretty cool. U-2. Okay, that's pretty good. SR-71. Yeah. He's got a lot of planes under his repertoire. Yeah. Yep. Kelly Johnson designed this plane when he was 27. And it uses Allison 1700 engines, right? It uses engines from the P-40. The P-40 was an interwar plane. It was a piece of junk. It couldn't go fast. Ask any of the Flying Tigers, if they're still around, why that plane sucks. This has P-40 motors in it. That's the engine that was in the P-51C Mustang, and they got rid of it because it was junk, and they replaced it with the Packard Merlin engine, the Merlin engine that was licensed built by Packard, right? And then that made the P-51D, which was a vastly superior plane, right? This thing has those engines. So how is this plane so fast? Kelly Johnson in 1938 came up with the idea of turbo supercharging the engines. This thing has an intercooled turbo supercharged engine, two of them. Intercooled turbo supercharging in 1938. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's right, FX. That made these Allison engines, which were underperforming, it made them perform better than anything in the sky. You ran from P-38s.
It's got a staged turbo supercharger that's intercooled. The supercharger drives off the back of the engine, and then the turbos are compounded with the supercharger. Turbo supercharging. So, at low altitude, you get the benefit of the supercharger, and at high altitude, you get the benefit of the turbo. This guy was coming up with compound turbo supercharger designs in 1937. That's difficult to do by today's standards. How many cars do you see around there turbo supercharged? Like, is that ridiculous? And then, of course, the plane looks like an alien spaceship compared to anything else. Some of the later Mosquitoes had the 38-liter derivative of the Merlin with twin-stage superchargers. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, Tessa, you know how I always say, what's better than one Merlin engine, all right? What's better than one Merlin engine? You know what's better than one Merlin engine? Two Merlin engines. All right? I'm trying to get a good picture of it. There we go. You know what's better than one? Two Merlin engines. Do you know what's better than two Merlin engines? Four Merlin engines. You know what's better than four Merlin engines? Some of you already know. Nine Merlin engines. You know what's better than nine Merlin engines? "27 Merlin engines. You got it. We did it. We did it, Reddit. Bring on all the Merlin engines. Oh, man. No, those are all awesome planes. See the Spitfire? Center of mass is right here. Center of lift is right over it. The reason the wings have that weird cut shape is because they needed to fit the machine guns in there. I was so confused where you were going after 9. Oh, yeah. See that guy? That's my favorite. I love that plane. That thing is made out of wood. It's got 2 Spitfire engines in it, and it's made out of wood. That's the Formula 1 car of freaking British fighter planes. It's also stealth. You know what's better than 27 Merlins? 33 Raptor engines. Mm-hmm. Would you look at that? The Germans hated that plane. Good. Good. We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them in the air. And we shall fight them at the sea. This is our most desperate hour. Man, he really hated Germany, huh? Jeez. Mosquito pilots were pretty much suicidal. They went on bombing runs, jumping the hedges of fields underneath the telegraph lines. That's freaking awesome, dude. I'd do that. Where's your cigar and your scotch? That's right. I think I have a little bit of whiskey here. Yes. The ME-262 wasn't able to follow. I don't know why you don't play War Thunder, man, and start up a squad. Talking about all these planes, lols, I'm like... But you want to know the reality of it, lols? I suck at dogfighting. I'm really bad at it. I always get into the type of dogfight where you trying to outturn the other guy, and I always get so frustrated, I just pull away and then I get shot down. Yeah. Play tanks then? Eh. Doesn't really do much for me. Could you please talk about the famous Blue Flame rocket car? Blue Flame. Yeah, we can always play Hearts of Iron. That's right, yep. You playing it right now? Hell yeah. I'll just stick to Flight Sim, dude. Do you know about the Akron, the USS Akron? Analog, I saw you ask that before and I was in the middle of something. The Akron. Oh, yes, this thing. Yeah, I know about that. It's outside of San Francisco. Yep. Underwater. I know about the acronym. Dirigibles aren't a bad idea, dude, but they have no place on the modern battlefield. I think dirigibles are cool. In fact, Analog, I think we should send one to Venus. Yep, that's right. We should send one to Venus. Yeah, flying aircraft carrier. Yeah, they had the truss segments that went down and the planes could dock to them, and yeah, that's actually really freaking cool. We should do that on Venus. Yeah, we should do that on Venus. Inflate it on Venus. Yeah, absolutely. Have it re-enter the atmosphere, parachutes, right? And then pop it open and inflate the thing. And then find some kind of mechanism, because I think there's helium in Venus's atmosphere. Pretty sure. But then again, there's so much other things on Venus's atmosphere. You don't necessarily need helium to be lighter than air. There's a bunch of other things. Will it float? Yeah, sure. Venus's atmosphere is similar to ours, but there's a lot of other gases on Venus. So you could use dirigibles there if you wanted to. It doesn't need to be that big. Yes, it does. Frick, man, if I had my way, this would be on Venus. I wouldn't want to use oxygen Lunprod because it's corrosive. I'd want to try to use something inert. You will not deviate from your present course. I'm with you, though. Yeah. I'm Lando Calrissian. I'm the Baron Administrator of this facility. We could use argon. Mm-hmm. Time to get my hand cut off. Yeet! Shaw, why didn't Luke just say, yeah, alright. Can you imagine? Can you imagine he's sitting there on the antenna? It's just... Wait, you're my dad? Really? You came back! You went out for a pack of smokes! Daddy! Yeah, what Core said. The next update to Star Citizen is adding a Cloud City and a gas giant. That's pretty cool. Did you get the blue milk? I love blue milk. Yeah. Then there's the Hindenburg. Well, Clayton, the Hindenburg's actually a really interesting story. So the Germans pressurized their dirigibles, so blimps. Blimp is not a dirigible, I get it. It's just to get the point across, okay? They pressurized the dirigibles with hydrogen. Do you know why? Who knows why? It wasn't because it was a good engineering decision. We figured that one out later. No synthesis? They couldn't get helium. They got embargoed. They couldn't get helium. We embargoed their friggin' helium. Just like with the Japanese, we embargoed their oil. That ended well. For us. Hercules, 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 Hercules. Alright, anyway. Yeah, we put an embargo on helium, so they had to use hydrogen. That didn't end well. I don't know what that is, Alex. The electric pulses are... Oh, jeez. Yeah, the skin of the dirigible was very lightweight. They literally made the dirigible out of similar chemical compounds that they make SRB stabilizer out of. That's why that thing went up real quick. So we indirectly caused the Hindenburg disaster. Not indirectly, Wong, but I mean, we indirectly caused Pearl Harbor too. But we were trying to... What the U.S. was trying to do is counter expansionism. They didn't want, trying to fight for the countries that were getting taken over. That was the idea. What's that, Bandit? So I found this picture from NASA Stennis from 1977, the shuttle external fuel tank heading to the B-1 test stand. That's the MPTA. That's MPTA 098. That tank's still around, Bandit. It's in Huntsville. The tank's still around, dude. It went up as fast as thermite. Well, Clayton, actually, SRBs burn hotter than thermite. Yeah. SRB propellant makes thermite look like a freaking space heater. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. You think thermite burns hot? Think magnesium burns hot? You guys want to know what the SRB uses for fuel? The space shuttle SRBs, the thing that are going, or the SLS SRBs, I guess at this point, they use hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene and ammonium perchlorate and aluminum flakes. Aluminum flakes. The SRBs on the space shuttle and SLS quite literally use aluminum flakes as fuel. The ammonium perchlorate is the propellant, and the HTPB is the bonding agent. Yeah, aluminum. Oh yeah, I watched. Nice. A magnesium, if I'm remembering right, Sebi. It's magnesium burns hot. Aluminum burns hotter. So does thermite. It's aluminum and iron oxide. Oh, iron oxide though. Iron oxide as your oxidizer? Laughs in ammonium perchlorate. The thing is that the USA might not have attacked Japan. Or the preemptive strike might not have been necessary. Galaxy, either way, Japan made a mistake attacking Pearl Harbor. Why would you do that? Even the commander of the IJN, Miyamoto, he said that was a stupid idea. You know why? You know why he said it was a stupid idea? Because he went to school in the U.S. He went to school in the U.S. and he saw our industrial base. He's like, yeah, that's a bad idea. Don't do this. And, well, gotta follow orders, I guess. Oops. Well, they missed the aircraft carriers, Genesis, right? They were looking for a quick victory. I appreciate the idea. The carriers weren't there. Bad intel. Literally, bad intel. That and Midway. That's it. Basically, Momentous came out of the blue with a supposed microwave-powered steam engine, a former arc jet, with hopeful performance claims that weren't backed by publicly available data. But then they were scheduled to merge with Stable Road in an effort to open up their stock to the public market with a potential $1 billion valuation after investors were showing up. It came crashing down, however, when said performance claims were demonstrated to be false. Think someone do that? Just go on the stock market and tell lies? Wait. Stock market, internet. Pretty much, Tessa. Yeah, he thought it was a stupid idea, but he would rather put honor first. And that's pretty damn respectable. I respect that. Yeah, Havocs, I know, right? So you got me looking into things in local history for me. Did you know that Ford produced the B-24 bombers at the rate of 1 per hour? I do, Death. I do know that they do that. I know where they did that, and I know why they did that. Willow Run, man. Ford's Willow Run plant was... It's funny. Freaking... The U.S. government went to Henry Ford and said, you have the manufacturing know-how to make these bombers. We need you to make these bombers for us. Come on, son. Your country needs you. And you know what Henry Ford did? No. No. Why would I do that? Why do you want me to make a bomber plant? What a waste of time. He said, no, I'm not doing that. What are you, stupid? Well, that would cost me billions of dollars. Well, I'm not doing that. What are you, dumb? And he goes, we'll pay you. And he goes, huh? Wait, what? How much are you going to pay me? So he built Willow Run. Willow Run was designed to produce the consolidated B-24. It's in what's the name of the town? It's in Ypsilanti, I think, if I'm remembering where Willow Run is correctly. Michiganders. Ypsilanti, right? It's just outside of Wayne County. Actually, it's very close to where Bremo lives. It is Ypsilanti. All right, cool. Yeah, I got it right. And then you know what's funny? You know what the best part of this is? Henry Ford basically got a free factory paid for by the U.S. government. Sold it to Chevy. Sold it to Chevy. I'm not kidding. Consolidated Aircraft was... Oh, I forget. Consolidated, I think, was a consortium that was started by the U.S. government, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, he sold it to Chevy after that, dude. I think. The consolidated one somebody would have to look up. Yeah, he sold the plant to Chevy right after the war. Hilarious, dude. So goddamn fun. What a piece of work that guy is. So they're like, hey, we built you a factory. You gonna keep it open? He said, nah, I'm selling this. Bye. And Chevy's like, oh, we'll buy it. And he sold it to Chevy. Chevy operated it until 2008. Seriously. And then they demolished it. Yeah, Willow Run was cool, man. They were cranking B-24s off the assembly line every hour, dude. Why? Because the guy that kind of brought to light mass manufacturing of goods on an assembly line is really good at making things. Spoiler alert. So he basically built a conveyor line, a moving assembly line, but with planes. But what he did was, if I'm remembering right, one of the first things they did was move the landing gear, put the landing gear assemblies on the airplane. And then, instead of the plane being on a conveyor belt, they would just roll the plane down the assembly line. It's actually really friggin' cool. Check this out. Yeah, Bandit, we'll watch it. They had this piece of junk in the resto hangar. Yeah, that's awesome. Here. Yep. There's Willow Run. The airport's still there for what it's worth. They don't really use it anymore. There's the B-24. A decent plane. The B-24 is a good example of good enough. It's good enough. It's not good, but it's good enough. Let's see if we can find pictures of the assembly lines here. Dude, look at all the damn cars. A lot of folks don't know that Ford made Willys Jeeps, too. Willys couldn't keep up with demand for making flat fender Jeeps for the war. You know, like if you picture picture General Patton in your mind, right? Or Eisenhower, and they're tooling around on a Jeep with a little 30 cal on the back. Like, the funny thing is like 20% of those Jeeps are actually made by Willys. Are actually made by Jeep. The other 80% were made by Ford, which is another hilarious thing to me because they said, all right, cool. You can manufacture planes. That's great. That's awesome. Hey, can you make these Willys Jeeps for us? And they went to Henry Ford. He said, hey, can you make these Jeeps? And he said, no. The Jeep is the stupidest design ever. Why the heck would I make that? And they go, we'll pay you. And he's like, what? Really? And they're like, yeah, we'll pay you, just like with the planes. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll make these. But it was so funny because, dude, this guy, he thought the Jeep design was so bad that Henry Ford actually paid more, or Ford actually ended up paying more to manufacture their Jeeps than Jeep did. They ended up paying for this out of pocket because Henry Ford thought the Jeep's design was so bad that he made sure that every Jeep that Ford assembled had F's, the cursive Ford F, stamped on the bolt, right? To show that it was a Ford and not a Jeep. He thought the design was so stupid that he could make a better Jeep than Jeep. So he made sure that all the hardware had Ford's cursive F stamped on it. So goddamn funny, dude. What a dick. What a dick. So if you see an old flat fender Jeep, right? You see an old flat fender Jeep from World War II, look at the bolts that are on the Jeep. If they have the cursive F on them, it's a Ford. Easy way to tell. Yeah, he thought their design was so stupid. He's like, fine, I'll make this, but I'm going to make it better than you because this design is dumb. What a dick. What a dick.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm no joke watching for a Ford GPW to buy. Nice. Been looking for about 6 months. Nice, Miff. Similar story in France. Hispano-Suiza car company was building coaches and engines in the early 1900s, and they were recruited to build engines for the French bombers in World War I. After that, large military-industrial complex opened in the city of Poitiers. At Hispano-Suiza kept making plane engines for a variety of prop-driven planes until the end of World War II. They were absorbed by none other than Safran in the 1970s. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah. Dude, look at these stamping presses. And look at how close the guys are. Look, they're sticking their hands in the damn stamping press. Are you freaking nuts? I mean, they still do that to an extent today, but holy crap. Why no Ferrari planes? Why no Ferrari planes? Because Ferrari thought making planes is a waste of time. Enzo Ferrari only cared about one thing, and that's racing. He only made... Ferrari wasn't even making road cars yet. They were a race team, like what McLaren is today, or Williams, or like Sauber, or, well, Alfa Romeo. Aermacchi was the name of the Italian plane manufacturers. And then Fiat, too. Fiat made planes as well. Yeah, Electron, ain't it the truth? I want to see some pictures of that moving assembly line here. Look at it. Look at it. See, these are jigs right here. So this is a negative jig, and they manufacture the part right on the jig. You still do this today. A lot of parts are still parts are still made this way. We looked at the X59 the other day. Remember we had there was that thing from CNET that we saw about the X59? They built the plane the same way. Not much has changed. It's just now you have computers to help you with this stuff. Ever seen an AC-130 reload its gun? Yeah. Get your hands away from the breech. There's a reason why I watch with a howitzer or an artillery cannon. The guy that loads gets away, and the guy that pulls the trigger, it's not a trigger, it's a string, turns away from the breech when it fires. Well, it's not the breech, it's just the back of the gun. Yeah, look at that. Look at that subassembly. See? That subassembly ended up being a part of the fuselage. Oh, look at that. That's cool, man. Lamborghini made tractors. Yep. Yeah, see? They just crank out the subassemblies on these negative jigs, and then they'd go over to final assembly here. Oh, look at that. Flight deck. Look at the flight deck of the plane. One subassembly. That's actually really freaking cool. That's really freaking cool. I'm kind of nerding out. France time is ending. Oh, yeah, that's right, Alex. Happy Bastille Day. The storming of the Bastille. Vive la France! Good for you, man. That's right, Jim. I want to show these guys the final assembly. It's ridiculous to see. Oh, yeah, there we go. Look at that. Holy shit. Yeah, that's Willow Run, man. Did they also swap out for maintenance? I'm not sure, Left Foot. Maybe. I mean, if you make things in sub-assemblies like that, yeah, I don't see why not. You really want to make stuff kind of modular with planes, with military planes. I mean, at least at the time. You want to make stuff modular. The more interchangeable it is, the more, if the plane gets damaged, the more likely it is to come back. You just swap out another component, right? Well, not necessarily, but if the plane comes back damaged, you can just swap it out and get it back up, because planes don't do anything for you if you're fighting a war and they're sitting on the ground. Yeah, Alex. Dude, I'm telling you, the factories that they built for World War II to crank out planes were freaking-gantic. Willow Run was insane. Henry Ford, just like Elon with the Gigafactory, was playing freaking Factorio in real life. I mean, look at it. It just goes on and on and on and on. We're not even halfway down the assembly line here, guys. If you look behind us, there's this. And do you know what's even crazier? Two of them. There's two parallel assembly lines at Willow, where there were two parallel assembly lines at Willow Run. Look. This is what Willow Run looked like when it was made. It's two of them. 1 and 2. That camera was moving down the final assembly line right here, and it was about halfway. Opinions, fish and chip pizza? Nah, no thank you. Chips, maybe, Geeson, but not fish. I'm not really too big of a fish guy. But then again, Fish and chips is good, man. I'll take some chicken and fish. I'll put that on a pizza, though. Or chicken and French fries. That's fine. But yeah, so check this out, guys. All the sub-assemblies for like the plane parts were made right here, right? And then they went this way, and then they turned them, and then all the other sub-assemblies like the flight deck, engines, control surfaces were all made here. And as the B-24s move down the line, they just keep adding parts until it gets to the end and a plane rolls out. These Willow Run plants were frigging gigantic. I can show you where Willow Run is. It's just outside of Wayne County. This is Bremo's neck of the woods. This isn't mine. It's there's Livonia, there's Ann Arbor. Here it is. It's just on the edge of Wayne County. There it was. We demolished it. You can still see where it was, though. It was expanded. GM expanded it over time. But you want to see the distance here? Look at this. So that's where the factory used to end, right there. And that's where the B-24s were rolling out. 2/3 of a mile long assembly line. About a kilometer. Actually, it would have been pretty much right here. I'm telling you, man. This is why I like Detroit so much, dude. Because Detroit could just crank out whatever. I mean, it still does. The industrial base in Southeast Michigan is gigantic. Still, to this day, even though after all the city's been through. But it's pretty damn cool. Like, you know, am I mad that it's making weapons of war? Yeah. Would I prefer it to make like airliners or something? Sure, absolutely. But the industrial scale here is unheard of. Alex, you know what's messed up? That's a small factory over here, dude. That's a tiny factory. That's a tiny boy. Gigafactory is way bigger than that thing, dude. Way bigger. Like, way bigger than that thing. Here. Gigafactory is almost a mile long. Outside of Reno, it's in Sparks, Nevada, so it's over here. And that's an outdated picture. Okay, so you think you understand how big this is. Look at the parking lot. Look at the cars. And this isn't even finished. This isn't even close to done. The Gigafactory in its final form will go from here to here. Odd question. Do you think NASA could send a rover to Europe, or do you think it's too Europa, or is it too cold? Well, we got to fund the mission. I'm sure we could do it, boo. Do you think nada? That's right, McPherson. You're right. Industry is what wins, dude. Germans couldn't keep up with... Germans couldn't produce. Neither could the Japanese. Now, I would say that a lot of German designs were better. Like, am I going to take a Panzer IV or am I going to take a Sherman? Panzer IV, every day of the week. That's a way better tank. Anybody that plays World of Tanks knows this, right? The Sherman's a piece of junk. Germans used to call it a Tommy cooker. You hit the gas tank in the back, the thing turns into a firecracker. Actually, a convection oven is the right way to say it. Convection oven. And it'll cook anything inside. I'm sure that smelled great. I want to know what's past the edge of the universe. It's a nasty me too. Maybe we should go. Let's figure out that warp drive thing and then we'll go. Since we were on the topic of Ford, please check out this 48 custom Ford COE. Cab over. 48. Ew, TikTok. Gross. I don't like the Sherman. I thought the airplane, dude, it's got an air-cooled radial in it. What are you guys, crazy? Why would you want an air-cooled radial in a tank? That's the dumbest. Those things like to catch on fire when they're in the air with air to cool them. Why would you want that in a tank? I don't want that in a tank at all. I'll take a diesel engine. Old COE. That's custom, dude. Ford didn't make a COE like that year. I don't think, at least. Nice car, though. Really nice custom. Who linked that? That's cool, Mufasa. Did you see this? I mean, I'm personally more of a Panther guy. I like the diesel motor. Wow, that's a hell of a flyby right there, Boo. Is Google Earth Pro free? I think so. Anyway, yeah, this is just Google Earth. Yeah, this was free, I'm pretty sure. And then you want to see big factories? Here's the biggest one of them all. I think this is the biggest factory in the US. That one. Have you seen the Ganymede flyby? It was literally just linked a second ago, James. Yeah. That's Boeing's Everett facility. That's the facility, that's the gigafactory that Boeing made in 1969 to build the 747. They make 787s and 777s here nowadays. Lordstown, Ohio is big, Boo. Yeah, Everett is frigging gigantic. Now, you know how I said there was twin assembly lines, right? Alex, this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 assembly lines in parallel. Yeah. Yeah, Everett is gigantic. Like, you think you got an idea of how big those doors are, right? And then you look at the cars next to them. This little baby car. Everett is huge, dude. And now, don't get me wrong, Alex. I know that France has a pretty good... Like, the Airbus factory is big. It's not as big as Everett. Everett is freaking huge. I've never been. Would really like to one of these days. Yep, Bandit. That's where they make 7.4s, 7.8s, and 7.7s. Actually, sad note, 747 production is ending very soon. Nobody wants 7.4s anymore. They're too complicated. 777s and 777 is the new hotness. All right. Boo, when you were an iron worker, I built 3 airplane hangars, 700 feet wide, 200 tall. That's cool, Boo. That's really cool. You didn't ever told me you're an iron worker. That's really neat. Andrews the biggest Air Force base? I think the biggest Air Force base, 2 left feet, is Davis-Monthan in Tucson. I'm pretty sure that's the biggest one. Yes, I did. LOL. Okay, well, now I know. I think Davis-Monthan is one of the biggest ones. Either that or Minot. Minot's pretty big. Yeah, Stebby, it's a shame. It's a shame. I like the A380. I think the A380 is cool. As somebody that likes just build a bigger plane. My inner 5-year-old is like, just make a bigger plane. 2 decks? Yeah. Yes, please. You want me to blow your mind, 2 left feet? You want to know why Davis-Monthan is so big? Now, I have been here. So Davis-Monthan, you're looking at it, then you're like, okay, it's a pretty big Air Force base, right? And then it keeps going. 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 How's that for big? Those gutted bombers make me sad? Yeah, but they use them to keep the fleet going, man. Yeah, they use these for spare parts. They part them out. I mean, yeah, they part them out to keep the B-52s going. Somebody makes parts for those things anymore. I would rather they're ready to rock. I know what you mean, but, you know, there's also that whole nuclear war thing that I kind of don't want. Yeah, sure, Boo, go ahead. What about Elgin? I don't think Davis-Monthan is the biggest Air Force base by, like, surface area. That's got to be, like, Nellis or something. They got C5s there? Yeah, these are C5As, Jim. They're C5As. I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure these planes are waiting to be upgraded to C5Ms. The Air Force awarded a contract a little while ago for C5M Super Galaxies. It's basically just they gut the entire plane and basically just upgrade everything inside of it. Because the C5 is a good design. Edwards is pretty big. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think these are all the old C5As and they're awaiting conversion, if I'm remembering right. Either that or these are airframes that have exceeded operational capacity. You guys got to remember, a C5 hasn't been made in like 40 years. No, the C5 production facility shut down a long time ago. They made them in... I forget. It's somewhere in the south. Nobody makes parts for the machines that made the parts either. Yeah, I guess that's the way of the world, I suppose. I love how the Air Force just buys X-707 airliners here, and they part them out for KC-135s, which is funny to me. Look at all the 707s in there. Oh, no, I can't look at this. We gotta stop. Let's keep going with the space news here. I know about Wolfsburg Toto. It's a monument, dude. Absolute chonker of a factory. I love it. I could look at Wolfsburg all day, man. I can't look at it. Left feet. I get all mad. I know that those planes out there they're not just sitting there doing nothing. They use them for parts, and sometimes they pull them out of the boneyard and put them back in the air. The B-52s is a great band name. Yeah. Oh yeah, Alex. Dude, there's and don't get me wrong, I'd rather those planes sit there and be used for parts rather than scrapping them. So, I mean, take it for what it's worth, for what it is, I guess. It boggles my mind that the B-52 is still flying more than 50 years after it first rolled out, and it could be flying for another 50 with all the upgrade programs. Yeah, Buck, I forget if it went through, but I heard a little while back that they're trying to upgrade the engines for the B-52. I think they're trying to put like 737 engines in there or something, which would be a gigantic upgrade. Yeah, I think, because those types of engines, the low bypass that the B-52 makes, I mean, the B-52 howls. It howls if you've heard one. It makes a very distinctive noise. The Chinooks and Chinooks and Sea Knights, yeah, sure, of course. Those are great designs. Two left feet, yeah. Boeing is still upgrading Chinooks. And the Chinook was such a good design that there's no reason to make another one. Like, there's no reason to try and make another dual rotor. That's about as good as you can make one. Hang on, the B-52 uses the same engines as the 737. 707, Tesla. I'm pretty sure it's a 707. I'd have to look. But they're looking to upgrade the motors. I do know about that. So, Tessa, a 707 is... I mean, it's. I'm not going to say it's heavily derived from the B-52. It's not, but it's the application of technologies that were discovered, that were figured out with the B-52 program. When did the Chinook first fly? The 60s, Alex. Early 60s, if I'm remembering right. Chinooks can float, believe it or not. A lot of people don't know that. They can float in the water. It uses the same engines as a 707, which I think are JT5s. Or at least they started with JT5s. No, JT3. And then the JT4. And then the, yeah, JT3D. I love Pan Am, Snickers. I want Pan Am back. Chinook saw service in Vietnam. Yeah, of course they did. Oh, yeah. Do you know what the funny thing is about the 707? Just real quick. If you look at a 707, that nose looks really, really freaking... It's very distinct, right? You look at the front of a 707. Oh, it's a pretty distinct nose, right? Boeing had this really interesting idea after they made the 707, and it was based off of this, right? They looked at the 707 and they said, oh, you know, we can make that into a regional jet. We can make it into a regional jet if we gave it 2 engines instead of 4, right? And shorten the fuselage, right? And then they made this. The Dash 100, which is literally the 737, which is quite literally a smaller 707. Smaller 707. It's just a 707 that's smushed. And then, from there, Boeing knew with the 737 that they could stretch the fuselage. That's a terrible picture. They knew with the 737 that they could keep stretching the fuselage. Why? Well, they knew they could keep stretching the fuselage because it's derived from the 707. You know that it could. So, over time, there was more demand for this type of plane. They expanded it, they expanded it, they expanded it, they expanded it again, and again, right? And now, the 737-800s and the 900s and the MAX are literally as big as a 707. They're the same size, which is really funny to me. It went full circle. Nice, Snickers. There you go. Chinook instead of Chinook. I don't care. You know what I mean. I'll just say CH-47, dude. Yep. So, yeah, Boeing just kept stretching the design and 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 stretching the design. 737, I know, despite the MAX, right, is literally one of the most reliable planes ever that flies humans. It's one of the most reliable planes that flies humans. Ever designed. Boeing still makes them. They've been making them since 1968, I think. 737 production never shut down. They still make them. Yeah. Which one is the MAX? It's called a MAX 10 Crafter. It's the one that comes after the 737-900. The MAX, no pun intended, is like the theoretical maximum of that design, dude. That you can't... I think the MAX is stretching the 737's design about as much as you possibly can. And, well, whether that was a good or a bad idea, I mean, you be the judge, man. I think it was a good idea. Maximum efficiency. That's about as crazy as you can get with the 737's design. But you see how they just kept stretching it over and over and over again? It's cool, man. That's smart. The MAX 8, MAX 9, and MAX 10. I think they overdid it a little. One was the prior limit. I mean, hardware-wise, the MAX is great. Great plane. I'll die on that hill. Yeah, and I know that it goes against the unpopular opinion of the internet. I get it. Carbon fiber, maybe? Yeah, there's only so much you can change before you start messing with things. The MAX 8 and MAX 9 aren't much bigger than the Dash 8 and the Dash 9. Mm-hmm. Not just that they stretched them, but all GSE is still compatible. It's brilliant engineering. I mean, guys, you know, I know that Boeing's going through some stuff right now, but Boeing wasn't always, you know, going through a rough patch, dude. There was a time where, and I'm still a fanboy because I know that the talent is there. To be honest with you, I like Boeing, and I'm a huge fanboy. Yep, I've been a fanboy since I was like 5. The first time I saw a 747 when I was a kid, it blew my freaking mind. I'm like, that plane has 2 floors, and nobody else does that. Everybody else has 1 floor. I like that plane. 4 engines? Yeah, I like that one. Daddy, I want that one. You know, Boeing used to be insane. They used to, well, not used to. I say used to, but this isn't the right way to put it. They're like SpaceX, man. They did crazy stuff with airplanes, like do barrel rolls in them and stuff. Dish, we were in here talking about the Dash 80. What are you doing? Selling airplanes, baby. It's good stuff, man. Yeah, Tessa, you know what the messed up part is? I call that a McDonnell Douglas solution. It's not a Boeing solution. Tex, baby. That's right. What a legend. What a legend, dude. Guy's my hero. Anyway. Yeah, I've been a lot, and then Lockheed, you know, then I figured out what an SR-71 was, and I'm like, huh. I like that plane too. Trains, but have you heard of North Platte, largest freight yard in North America, Basu? Yep, one of Union Pacific's hubs. 2 hump yards, turntable. Yep, you can see it from space. Yeah, I know what North Platte is. This is the part where I get to sit back and watch people with no knowledge of Boeing prognostics. Yeah, Dish, yeah, hey. It is what it is, man. Hey, every plane has hiccups, man. Every plane has hiccups. I didn't know they had a public observation on the south side of the yard, Basu. Yep. 777 was the last real Boeing, I reckon. I like 777s. That 777, the 777X is, that's a really cool plane. I really like that plane a lot. Yeah, that's right, Clayton. Yeah, Myth, exactly. That's why with the Max I try to, hey, it's got some teething problems, dude, and I'll just leave it at that. What plane doesn't? I just hope it doesn't get pintoed. I really don't. And that's why I try to talk about the 737 when I can, because the 737 is one of the safest aircraft ever devised by man, by a long shot. It's been moving people around with relatively no problems since 1968. I mean, it's probably moved more people than any other plane. I'm willing to wager that. New tweet from Rocket Lab. The new machine shop is up and running. Cool. Yeah, Myth. Yeah, no doubt. It goes, yeah, you're right. It goes a little bit beyond plane design. Are Boeing still using Rolls-Royce engines these days? I think so. I think they do, yeah. It depends on it depends on the plane, left foot. I mean, Myth, here's the thing. Like, you know what? It's better to not weigh in on it, dude. I know what you and Dish are saying. I get it. I know. Which is why I kind of just, you know, people are like, oh, I don't like this. I'm just like,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know. Target fixation during takeoff. There, I said it. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Sorry about that. Shouldn't have said that. Whew. Sorry. I needed to get that off my chest. All right. Anyway, next space news. Okay. All right. NASA's Lucy probe. So this is coming from Emery Kelly here. Hey, big body, 49-month resub. Speaking of planes, I thought they'd stopped it for some reason. Hey, no problem. Yes! Yes. I like that, Phil. Let's see. This is coming from Emery Kelly. NASA's Lucy probe is looking good at Lockheed Martin. Ahead of launch in mid-October. Lucy's going to go out to the asteroids. Transport from Colorado to the Cape is in a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, no one would confirm that Lucy grew legs overnight, but we got photographic proof. So, Lucy and Psyche are two missions that are going to go out to the asteroid belt. It's part of NASA's Discovery missions. I always get them confused. Chat, which one is going to the asteroid and which one is going to visit multiple asteroids? Bandit, I'll always love the 7-4. 747 is Bay. That's going to be my favorite. Concorde notwithstanding. I'll say the 747 is my... favorite subsonic airliner. We'll go with that. I have two airliners that I technically like more than that. First and foremost is Concorde because, yeah, it goes faster than everything else. Because screw you, it goes faster than everything else. Second one is not a plane you'd think. Psyche is going to the metal asteroid. Lucy is going to multiple asteroids. There you go. Yep, Tessa, you know. The Convair 990 Coronado is my second favorite, and then the 747 is right behind it. So this is where this thing is heading out to. This is where Lucy's going. Oh. So, launch, grav assist, and then another grav assist, and then out here by the asteroids. Look at that! What a gnarly freaking mission. This is the solar system, by the way. That's the sun in the center. And then the belt is here, which means that... Are we grav assisting off of Venus here? Am I looking at that right? Or is it Earth? I can't tell. It's going to Jupiter's Lagrangian points. Oh, that's badass, man. That's so cool. I like... The L-1011 race base is... right behind the 7-4. The L-1011 was the superior trijet. You know why? Because they still fly it, and it launches rockets into space, man. The frame of reference is with Jupiter's moon around the sun. Yeah, okay. Shut up, MD-11s are way better. Tri-stars are better than MD-11s. You'll die on that hill? Have fun dying. Have fun dying then, bro. I won't be able to fly on an A380, and that saddens my inner 5-year-old. Yeah, I know what you mean, Leroy. That's awesome. Anyway, so there's pictures of the probe right there. It'll shoot out there sooner rather than later. All right, what's the next one here? NASA and ESA signed an agreement on climate science cooperation. Cool. This is coming from Space News by Jeff Faust here. NASA and the European Space Agency have agreed to cooperate on future science missions related to activities in an effort to better understand climate change. Oh boy. Let's see what we got. The leaders of the two agencies signed a joint statement of intent in a virtual meeting on July 13th, declaring their plans to cooperate on Earth science research, particularly involving climate change, ranging from missions to research and application. Research and applications. Oh, we got a word from Florida man here. Climate change is an all-hands-on-deck global challenge that requires action now. This agreement will set the standard for future cooperation, international collaboration, providing information that is essential for tackling the challenges posed by climate change and helping to answer and addressing the most pressing questions in Earth science for the benefit of the United States, Europe, and the world. Florida man would literally never say this. The administrator of NASA is a Florida man, Alex. It's the NOAA's job. Speedy, we had a discussion a little while back trying to entertain the idea, like, okay, so a lot of people say it should be the NOAA's job, and I kind of, dude, I get that. Yeah, I get it. I mean, a little biased towards the Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate, I'm not going to lie to you. But we actually looked into what it would take to actually, like, take all of NASA stuff and just move that funding over to the NOAA, right? So first and foremost, that means less money for NASA. I mean, I don't know if you're cool with that or not, right? You know what, man? I don't like that. I don't like it. Even though, once again, I'm a little more biased towards launching people into space and going to the moon and stuff. Look, the argument has always been, and if you go back to Jim's farewell address from NASA on the 20th this year, on January 20th this year, he said, look, it's not mutually exclusive. We can do both of these things. We gotta want to do both of these things. So, look, I don't know. I like launching people into space. I want to go back to the moon. I want a base on the freaking moon. Like, I'm much more like the manned or crewed spaceflight side of things. However, it would be really stupid to turn our back on our Science Mission Directorate buddies. That's a really stupid idea. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't pit one against the other. It's not a good idea. And it would end up, honestly, with less money for NASA. Now that I'm absolutely not okay with. You know? I don't mind if we want to monitor the climate, we want to understand that better, that's fine. But we also need to go out into space and understand our solar system's climate as well. That includes the sun, that's sending people on a flyby to Venus, that's landing people on Mars, that's going back to the moon. We get a much better macroscopic picture if we monitor a lot of different things. And in that regard, the Science Mission Directorate and Human Mission Directorate are two sides of the same coin, man. So I'm with you on that one. I get it. Atmospheric observation should be the government agency that's in charge of atmospheric observation, right? That's what makes sense at face value. But also, I don't want to untie it from NASA because that means less money for NASA. I'm kind of not okay with that. Why did they stop going to the moon? Money, Clayton. Why do we stop doing anything in the first place? Oh, look, a tracking cam. Nice. Right? Like, it makes sense. Speedy, and once again, I'm with you on that one. I think the NOAA would be great. You know, they would do a fantastic job if it was all under one roof, right? But, you know what, man? I'm greedy. I'll stick up for my science brothers. For my science brothers and sisters, man. I'll go to bat for them if they go to bat for me. Yeah, no, hell yeah. No. I don't want less money for NASA. I don't care where it goes. That's a bad idea. I don't want to do that. Anyway, so that's cool that they signed an agreement. Let's go on to the next news here. This is coming from Mike Fink here. So, 2 views of Slick 41, the launch pad for the mighty Atlas. We're getting ready for the Starliner Orbital Flight Test 2 on the 30th here. That's Barry Wilmore and Mike Fink looking from the top of Atlas's vehicle integration facility back at the pad. These guys are going to fly on this crewed Starliner test. Provided that the OFT on the 30th does go well, we should see people launch from this pad by the end of the year. First time someone's ever launched from Slick 41. That'll mark the first time that this pad has launched people into space. And the first time an Atlas rocket has moved someone into space since Mercury Atlas. That's pretty cool. Tech with a base on the moon. I just say we register the JMC and get busy with asteroids. Jupiter Mining Corporation, Vessel Red Dwarf. I see what you did there. Yeah, Mighty Dog, that's the other thing. If NASA doesn't, someone else will. And you know what the screwed up part of that is, dude? As long as someone does it, I really don't care. And that sounds screwed up. Don't get me wrong. I would be really happy if we were the first ones to go back to the moon, right? I would want to do that before everybody else. But you know what? If we're going to sit here and dilly-dally and do other things and not that, I'm just happy that somebody's freaking doing it. because we need to go further into space. It's not just an imperative for Americans. It's an imperative for all humans. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want the home team to go before other people do. But if somebody else does it, hey, they'll tip my cap. I know how difficult that is. How old is Atlas? The Atlas missile, the SM-65 Atlas missile design 04 dates back to 1956. Atlas, in various iterations over the years, has been around for a very long time. It's our Soyuz, man. Which is ironic because it uses Russian engines. Right now, at least. No, 04, I have no problem. See, the other thing, dude, is that I have no problem spreading money for space around between a couple of different agencies. I don't have a problem doing that. You spread it around, the more likely it is to get funded. NASA does this. That's why NASA, it doesn't have one world headquarters, like countrywide headquarters in Texas or something, or in California, or in Florida. NASA is spread all over the place. That's what helps keep NASA funded, right? Think about it like this. The NOAA's budget is separate from NASA, right? But the NOAA still launches climate satellites, right? And now so does NASA. Guess what, man? Every one of those needs to launch on a rocket. Since they're climate satellites, I would prefer if it was a reusable rocket. That just makes sense. Being sustainable. And guess who benefits from that? Please, launch more. Launch more satellites. Let's launch a constellation. Screw it. Let's do that. Launch more. Do it. Do it, you fricker. Because guess who they're gonna end up flying on? Oreo's rocket, baby. More. Like, I'm envisioning something like Starlink, but for Earth observation satellites, man. If we really want to hit this out of the park, dude, climate observing satellites. I mean, heck, if once again, I'd prefer us to just fly things into space, but you got to understand, like, if we're just launching climate satellites into space, we still need to develop the rocket for them to get there, man. Oh, that's a win-win for the people that like launching people into space. That's a win-win. It's a win-win for us, man. Just like how commercial orbital transport services was a win for NASA because they were just like, okay, the rocket's already made. Let's make Dragon 2 and just put it on there and call it a day. Commercial crew, baby. Smart. It's really smart. You mean Planet Labs like? Sorry to tell you, but Constellation was canceled. Don't do that to me. I'm a Wario. I'm gonna win. That's fine. If we want to do that, I'm cool with it because that all that means is, I'd push for a climate science constellation, a constellation of satellites that can be constantly upgraded and serviced. Oh, I'm with it on that. Now we need the vehicle to do it, and now we need people to do that. Let's do it that way, so we get the best of both worlds. Science mission people the Earth's observation people are happy. All the environmentalist folks down here are happy. We got more we can monitor the satellites. We can monitor Earth better. We get more data. We can better understand our place on this planet. And also we have to maintain a satellite network. That means we need something that gets people to and from orbit to be able to maintain these satellites. We'd want to maintain them. We wouldn't want them to burn up. What if they come back down and damage the environment? No. We need to make them serviceable. See what I'm talking about here? There's ways to do this. So I mean, like, Speedy, should the NOAA do it? Sure. Yeah, I mean, sure, absolutely. They got to launch satellites into space too. So does NASA. No. I want more. Let's fund the Science Mission Directorate more. But I also want human exploration operations funded as well. But see, this is why I like Jim so much, because he found a way to tag team it. He found a way to get them to work together. Because you can get them to work together. It's not easy, okay? But look, we're on the verge of having another space shuttle here. On the verge of having another space shuttle. So let's roll out a climate science. Let's roll out a climate monitoring constellation of satellites, like TDRS or like Starlink or like GPS or something. I'm serious. A huge satellite network that needs to be maintained. And then incentivize people over on the NASA side of things under commercial low Earth orbit destinations to be able to make these things serviceable and incentivize people to build something that can go up there and get people up there to service these satellites. NASA's literally sitting on a gold mine here. You can get human exploration and science to work for each other. Why pin them against each other when you can get them to work with each other? That's a much better way to do things. Dude, you go, look, if you go to Congress and say, I want climate satellites, you know good and well about half of them are going to be like, yes, yes, yes. And then you say in the same sentence that I want spacecraft and rockets reusable, incentivized to refurbish them. The other half goes, yes, yes, yes. You literally win. You literally win. You win. Right? You win. That's the way to do this, man. Got to get them to work with each other, not against each other. Just like during the Apollo program. They did this during Apollo. The Science Mission Directorate started the Surveyor program. The Surveyor program was a lunar observation program that was designed to map the moon, understand what the moon is, and then find landing sites, right? Surveyor program was Science Mission Directorate. They got tons of science from the surface of the moon. They were able to map out the moon with Ranger and Surveyor, right? And then they sent people with Apollo right after that. Ding, ding. Win-win. Take a look. What's that, Farfooja? Some light reading, the beginning of the A12. Hell yeah. So right to repair in space. Passing, if we use a commercial application for a modular satellite bus for a climate observation satellite, there's already modular satellite buses to begin with. Work on a satellite that you can take parts off of like a Lego kit, not just down here, but also up there. Bro, remember that the congressional people are looking for jobs programs. A climate observation network that needs to be maintained with commercial space transportation. A lot of people would be like, yes, my man. Slow down. One guy would probably be like, slow down. With things that you want to be made in the US only. See, James? See, there's a way to do this, man. There's a way forward, and Jim's 100% right. He was 100% right when he said that. This is the kind of stuff that NASA needs to do. It's imperative to monitor our climate. It's imperative. What book should I read as an aerospace engineer? They've tried 4 climate science sat constellations. For some reason, they all ended up canceled. This is why the USAF is having problems with their meteorology. And Phil, that's why just proposing a climate science observation network of satellites is stupid. That's what I mean, man. And you know exactly what you know exactly what I say when I say half of them don't like it. You know exactly what I mean. You propose a climate science constellation, half the people are already going to be like, nah, screw that. No. Propose a climate science constellation using modular satellites that has to be maintained by commercial customers with at least 2 redundant dissimilar capabilities, just like Commercial Crew, man. Just like Commercial Crew. And now NASA basically incentivizes commercial partners for 1, reusable spacecraft because the network needs to constantly be maintained, and 2, we get more on-orbit capability. All the applications from building essentially another space shuttle can trickle into other programs like, going to Mars, going to the moon, learning how to work on modular satellites in space and rebuilding engines in space. See what I mean? That gets the other half on board. This is the kind of, dude, this is what I mean, man. We need ideas like that. EMO, what were you saying there? Have you read Eric Berger's book about SpaceX? No. No. No, 04. Nah, I'm good. Just say the climate has oil and everybody on board. Now, I mean, yeah, jokes, but now you got to sweeten the pot like that, right? Like, you got to sweeten the pot, dude. You see how people swoon over freaking commercial crews, swoon over NASA programs? Hey, all right, let's have SLS. How about we have SLS launch this satellite constellation and then have commercial partners maintain it? You really want to make people happy? Let's spread the contracts around, just like what James Webb did during the Apollo program. I don't understand why people don't have this. That's why I like Jim so much, and that's why I like Bill so much too. To be honest, Bill knows very well how to play people. We saw him do it during the Appropriations Committee. Remember when he was sitting there on the chair like this? Freaking shirt unbuttoned, you're sitting on the chair like this answering questions? Yeah, I think we should do that. Wait, you're actually in color now. What happened? I got a green screen and I redid my lighting setup, Mike. I don't look like a corpse anymore. I get it. Shaping up to be a record year for our team. Wow. Look at all of that, Panda. That's something else. Hellfish, what's that? General Motors patents the in-car foot massager we've always deserved. Oh boy. More things that can break. Wrong one. This one. Oh, the foot massager is kind of cool. Ford is looking at charging EVs by flat towing them. It's no secret that there's still a lack of chargers, so this is coming from Peter Holdreth. Or Holderith, excuse me. Sorry, Peter, if you ever see this. It's no secret that there's still a lack of charging stations for EVs in the United States. Charging infrastructure seen as vital to... Okay, yep. Ford recognizes this and has at least one other idea besides more public chargers. In a recently published patent, the Dearborn automaker described a system by which an EV can be towed and charged by a vehicle such as an RV or semi-truck. This would be especially handy in sparse rural areas where people might commute on or travel with charging stations few and far between. Ford's patent, filed in December of 2020 and published a little under 2 weeks ago in early July, describes a few possible ways to do this. One method has a tow vehicle charging the EV all the time, but the suggestion to only charge the batteries when the tow vehicle's under less load is also brought up. Ford suggests a variety of possible tow vehicles and a few methods to work out the kinks of such a setup. The document reads, towing vehicle can be, for example, a transporter, a heavy goods vehicle, a road train, a semi-trailer, or the like, for example, but it can also be a passenger car having appropriate performance features. Are we talking about like in-flight recharging, so to speak? And that's a European semi-truck, by the way. So I'm wondering if this is more for Europe, less for us. Okay. Does Ford understand the law of conservation of mass here? Well, it's not really conservation of mass. This is more, what would you say, guys? Thermodynamics, right? Engineering Explained did a vehicle on this, on having a Ford Raptor drag a Tesla to charge it. Conservation of energy, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. I had the conservation part right. Second law of thermodynamics. That's the one. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Hey, at least they're thinking about it, I guess, you know? Is it possible to supercharge an EV by... It is possible to supercharge an EV by towing it. Yeah, of course it's possible.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tico, 913 sub. Yeah, hey, at least they're thinking about it, Phil. Yeah, at least they're innovating. That's right, man. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's not a bad idea, I guess. Like, you know what would be cool if the truck that made if the truck that transported Ford's electric cars to the dealerships, right, flat towed the EVs, like picture a car carrier trailer, right? But the car carrier trailer has the EV like hanging up off the ground, like with the front tires, but the rear tires are turning, right? I mean, you're still, once again, you're shifting the electrical power there to the diesel motor of the truck, but you're going to move the car anyway. So that way, when the cars get to the lot, they're fully charged. What happened to Elon in the background? Oh, I got rid of Elon. That's Wario. You'd be arbitrarily adding miles to the vehicle. Have the odometer pick up on the front wheels, Buck. I don't know, man. Just put it in reverse. The miles will go down, man. Just put it in reverse. I saw a movie one time about that. You just put the car in reverse and have it idle. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just don't kick the bumper when it's on the stands and have it go out the window. I saw that movie. That movie didn't end well. How about instead of having a big battery, have a big battery in the truck that charges when the truck's going downhill instead of throwing energy into the brakes? Well, that's the truck, Tessa, not the car. But I do agree, regenerative braking with trucks coupled with a pneumatic system, yeah. Instead of taking that kinetic energy, you're taking the kinetic energy and then you're converting it to electrical energy, which is smart. That's a good idea. Trucks should have dynamic braking. That's a good idea. It shouldn't be diesel right to the drivetrain. It should be diesel electric like a locomotive for a truck. Cars too, to an extent, but... Wait, Matilda? No, Ferris Bueller, you're my hero. Alright. Next news, boys and girls. Let's see what we got. You're adding dragging mass of the battery up the hill in the first place. Battery doesn't have to be big, Baz. It doesn't need to be an electric vehicle totally. You got to remember, if you're running a diesel electric, the diesel only makes enough power to keep the battery charged, right? So going from diesel with an electric medium and then going to the tires is way more efficient if you're going long distances, right? So the battery pack doesn't need to be big. But when the diesel engine will do the work, or the electric motor will do the work on the top of the hill, then the diesel motor will recharge. The diesel motor, you could basically shut it off and then you dynamic brake down the hill and regain a lot of energy. I get it, there's conservation of energy again there, but also at the same time that you don't need to use the Jake brake on the diesel motor to slow yourself down. And you're not using the actual brakes on the truck. Just a thought. I mean, heck, dude, if you want a diesel engine connected right to the drivetrain, just take the alternator off. Seriously, take the alternator off and put electric motors in the front hubs of the truck. And they'll have the front wheels be your alternator. You're never going to run out of power. Or have an alternator on a clutch. You see what I'm talking about? Basically, take two alternators and plug them into the front wheels on the truck. Front tires don't have drive, right? The rear tires have drive on the truck. Do that, and then have the alternator, have a belt-driven alternator on a clutch. There you go. That'll do it. Same battery. Use the wheels to generate power instead of the engine. Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around for a while, you could miss it. Oh, yeah. F-150 or Cybertruck. DV, I like Cybertruck, but I'm a little bit of a Ford fanboy. I do like the Lightning. I like the Lightning because it's competition, dude. I like the Lightning in the same way that I appreciate Starliner. You know, everybody likes to dump on Starliner because it's not Dragon 2, but it also it's an attempt. Hey, at least Ford's doing something. I mean, GM has that electric Humvee. Yeah, that went over real well. And it's kind of a shame because the electric Humvee is actually really cool. The Hummer EV is actually really, really, really cool. It's like a warthog in real life. Diesel hybrids on trucks make a lot of sense. Replacing a Jake breaker or retarder with an electric generator to feed a secondary system. Like, yeah, I agree, Sebi. You might as well. Heck, Sebi, how about we have that? How about we have that front wheel system charge the electric cars on the car carrier, so you can reclaim some of the kinetic energy that's lost during braking and charge the stupid vehicles on the back. Bingo. Why didn't Ford patent this? We figured this out in 5 minutes. I agree, Hellfish. Don't get me wrong. I like Cybertruck. I like Cybertruck because it's different. It's not... Dude, there's nothing like that thing. Nothing. Cybertruck is really cool. And I personally think that Tesla might be just doing some prototyping for lunar rovers for SpaceX. But I digress. But I also like the F-150 because it's for the F-150 is there, and Ford was smart to pick up on this. The F-150 is there for people that want an electric truck that doesn't look like a low-rendered polygon from a video game from the 90s. I know I'm simplifying a lot, but this truck versus EV charging almost sound like let's charge the car by putting it on a treadmill. Yeah, conservation of energy, Baz. That's right. You're correct. I hate hybrids, Riv. Yeah, the diesel-electric hybrids are the only hybrids that I really like. I hate the hybrid electric motor on a gas in the gasoline transmission like Priuses. That's stupid. That takes all the best things about an electric motor and all the best things about a gasoline motor and makes them worse in the name of efficiency, which is hilarious to me. The Volt was the correct call, Buck. It's a shame that GM doesn't know how to market things these days, because you're right. The Volt is the right way to do it. Turbine electric Volt, though. Turbine electric Volt is... Parallel hybrids are the way to do it. I agree, Entropy. Yeah, parallel hybrid's not a bad idea. Once again, I think Chevy did it right. Chevy has an electric car, and attached to the charging port is a charging handle that's connected to a battery that, or an alternator that's being spun by basically a lawnmower engine. Chevy had it right. That car gets the Volt can get like 130 miles MPG, 130 miles to the gallon E. So it's MPGE. So it would be the equivalent in efficiency. 130 miles per gallon in an electric car. Tesla will never do it, but GM had it right. That's the right hybrid. So you don't like the P1, the Ferrari, the 918? It's not that I don't like them, Hellfish. I just think we should rip that Band-Aid off. Go full roadster, man. If you want to go to electric, just do that. I mean, Hellfish. All right, here. Let me put a question right back to you. The Ferrari, the 918, the P1, very cool cars. Could we accomplish the same thing with a turbocharger? With a forced induction system, could you do the same thing? You sure about that, Smirks? Am I early again? I said 7. What is your honest opinion on hydrogen cell cars? In a couple of complete sentences, Baz? We got to get back into space news, guys. I got to start Kerbal by 7. But hydrogen is very, very efficient. It's a little bit harder to store. Very efficient. The efficiency gains aren't really... the efficiency gains are great, but it is a little bit harder of a propellant to manage because it needs to be pressurized in order to exist correctly, just like on a rocket. Now, with that being said, a hydrogen internal combustion engine could be very cool. That could be neat. It's doable. It works. It definitely gets better miles to the gallon because, yeah, you're using liquid hydrogen and atmosphere. Yeah, it gets very good miles to the gallon, but it is a little bit complicated because Hydrogen, because it's such an efficient burn, hydrogen gets really hot. The engine gets hot. The engine gets hotter than it would with gasoline because of efficiency. Well, not necessarily because of efficiency, but it does get hot. Not a hard problem to fix. Hydrogen fuel cells would probably be the way to go with a car, but the thing about hydrogen fuel cells is that they suck if you're not going. So like a truck with a hydrogen fuel cell would be better when you're going long distances. Short distances, it's better to go straight electric with cars. I think Tesla has it right. Do you like Rivian? Yeah, Rivian's cool. JCB are doing a hydrogen. Yeah, no. Hydrogen internal combustion engines are a really cool idea, Owens, and I think we should pursue that as well. Look, man, if we want to really solve this climate change problem, try to go with every route. Like, I don't like hybrid cars in that regard, but that was a step in the right direction. I want to see a world where we incentivize hydrogen combustion engines, hydrogen fuel cells for trucks, full electric cars for short distances. Let's fire on all cylinders here, except for the electric cars. They don't have cylinders, but you get what I'm saying. Trains with a hydrogen fuel cell would be great. A boat, ship with a hydrogen fuel cell. Now we're talking, man. Yeah, Wong. If we're gonna that's what I don't get. If we're gonna be serious and we want to be serious about carbon emissions, let's tackle this problem head on, man. Let's not half-ass it, man. Why the hell would we do that? Electric's best for short distances, Ian. Yeah, there's no question there. There's no question. It's just so much more efficient. The problem is that battery energy density problem, man. That's the only problem. That's the only thing. And Tesla's looking to fix that. That 4670 the 4670 battery cell. Man, if they nail that, Tesla's going to be getting 500-mile range. They're going to be better than an internal combustion engine. I don't know, Swishio, maybe. Hydrogen is bad from first principles. The problem is hydrogen productivity is very inefficient. Doing any other thing than making hydrogen from fossil fuels is too expensive. That's another thing to take into account, sure. But if you do it in mass, human, if you do it in mass, heck, maybe NASA can come in and find a better way to do it with ISOU technology. See, this is what I mean. NASA tech, if we figure out a way to convert water into hydrogen and oxygen up on the moon, right? Maybe they could find a simpler way to do it, and we could benefit from that down here. We could benefit of a way to do in situ resource utilization by making rocket fuel on the moon out of water, right? Maybe we can do that down here. Yeah, Bobby, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, dude. Let's really go at it, man. Let's go at it in a way that everybody can get behind, man. You encourage businesses to grow and expand, right? You don't stifle it, but you also encourage to be more sustainable. Just like what I was talking about with the climate science observation, right? The climate science observation, dude, let's build a Starlink of climate observation satellites, man, and then have them be reusable and sustainable, right? Have them able to be upgraded. You can upgrade like the lens on your climate satellite, right? And then incentivize a way to do on-orbit satellite maintenance, like Hubble servicing missions. And then incentivize people to make a spacecraft that can repair satellites. And then we don't need to launch satellites as much, right? We just maintain the networks up there. That'll lead to better on-orbit infrastructure and commercial low Earth orbit destinations. You want one? Well, there's one knocking at your door right here in the form of a climate observation network. You mean space benefits Earth, the thing that every space nerd says? Yeah, everybody says that, KSP guy, but they don't cite specific examples. I'll cite specific examples. I cite specific examples to show you that I'm not just parading around what everybody else says. My thoughts are my own. That and I really like space. Yeah. As I recall, during the day, solar is a great way to do electrolysis because electric demand is lower during the day due to residential. Well, yeah, Riv. Then during the evening, use some of it. Fuel cell supplements the grid's higher demand. You could use that same... Yeah, I mean, Riv, I don't think folks understand that power plants work off anticipated demand, like a restaurant would predict a dinner rush. Okay, so like if you're a restaurant, right? Hear me out. This is how power plants work. We don't have a good way to store electricity for long periods of time. You guys want to know how the grid works? Here's how the grid works 101. All right? You're a restaurant. You have to buy a certain amount of steak, all right, at your restaurant. Now, when are people more likely to purchase a steak? On a Friday night or Saturday night. So you want more steak for Fridays and Saturdays, right? Because that's when people go out. That's when people go out to eat, go out on dates, do whatever. You're going to have more demand and you're going to have a bigger dinner rush in your restaurant on Fridays and Saturdays because that's when everybody's out. Electrical power grids work a lot like that. But the thing is, picture that, say, you have 100 steaks at your restaurant, right? On a Friday night, you sell 89 of them, all right? You have no freezer, okay? So the other 11, they go bad and you throw them in the trash. That's how electrical power generation works. Power plants don't have a good way to store electricity. So what they do is they anticipate demand, okay? And they always try to generate a surplus. That's free electricity that we're literally leaving on the table and we basically throw it into the trash. That's a good idea. Or better batteries. Pumped storage hydroelectricity. Yeah, because, dams are how we generate like 90% of our power, Tesla. Yeah, good call, though. This is how the grid works in a restaurant. Well, the restaurant analogy is a little bit easier for people to understand. Do you think metals needed for batteries can be mined on other planets? Yes. Actually, asteroids, DV. Yeah. That's what the Lucy and the Psyche missions are actually about. Lucy is going to visit a bunch of different asteroids, but the Psyche mission that SpaceX is launching is going to go to an asteroid that we think has a bunch of rare earth metals on it. Same with water. During the halftime of a big game, everyone is opening the fridge and using the toilet. The demand has to be there or you'll get blackouts. That's right. Yep, Finn, you got it. Surplus energy that power plants make? Nothing. It just sits there. It's just you throw the steaks in the trash, dude. Alright, Kevis, I see that. Why don't we use energy surplus to spin a giant fan that cools the earth? Is that serious? Are you serious, Trog? Yeah, no, I would like a steak right now as well. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's see what else is going on with the space news. Let's get back to it. We got a little bit more space news. So, Baikonur, I don't know the rest of these words. Nauka. So the payload at Baikonur, the science module has been attached to the rocket. It's been attached to the rocket, the other stages of the Proton rocket, yeah? And scheduled for a July 21st launch. I don't know what this says down here. Yeah? Vasia? Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Slowly. I'm getting there. Oh, God damn it. God damn it, Google Translate. The space warhead. The Russians are gonna nuke the ISS, man. mainstream news outlet covering space, probably. Translate, why? Yeah, Clayton, I'm with you on that one, man. At Baikonur, the payload was mated with... So, the space warhead was docked with the module Nauka with a package of 3 stages for the Proton rocket. Okay, so... Dude, did they screw up this translation? This up here says that Nauka was mated with the other 3 stages. The payload Nauka, the science module, was mated with the other 3 stages of the Proton carrier vehicle. Google Translate gave you this. Thanks. You are 500 moment. Underrated comment, Alex. Did they really mess it up? It literally says space head part. Space warhead. Is this how the Cold War started? Google Translate. Yep. Shall we play a game? General Assembly completes pre-launch operations according to the... I'm trying to think of what the translation word for this would be. Like, I know what it's saying. I can't read this up here, but I'm trying to think of how you would say this correctly in English. So, they've completed General Assembly and pre-launch operations of the carrier rocket at Plant 92, at Site 92 at Baikonur. There you go. There's Nauka. There's its fairing. Third stage. Second stage that says Proton M on it. And then the first stage is down here. Believe it or not, Proton, even though it looks like it has a bunch of side boosters on it, nope, that's one stage down there. So what the Russians do here is they don't take a page from it, but it's a similar concept to the Saturn 1B. If anybody remembers the first stage of the Saturn 1B, right? The first stage of the Saturn 1B is the most Kerbal thing I've ever seen. You know why? It's a bunch of smaller rocket fuel tanks just kind of strapped together. You have Jupiter fuel tanks wrapped around a Juno fuel tank. It's like wrapping fuel tanks in KSP, literally the same thing. Yeah, same exact concept. The Russians did the same thing with Proton. The Russians did the same thing with Proton, but a little bit different. What they did was they have a center tank, right? That's the same size as this, but they have a bunch of smaller rocket fuel tanks strapped to the side here. I think the liquid fuel feeds from the inner tank and the oxidizer feeds from the outer tanks. Now this is using, these are RD-120s. These engines are stage combustion cycle hypergol engines. Yeah, let that one into your head real quick. Stage combustion hypergols. Pretty crazy, huh? Now, the Russians do this for a very good reason. So I know that the answer is, well, why don't you just build a bigger core stage? Why build the core stage out of a bunch of smaller things, right? Well, the answer is infrastructure. A lot of Russia's manufacturing is on the eastern side of the country, between Moscow and the Urals. That's where a lot of the factories are. They're not too far east. There's a very good reason for that, but we'll talk about that some other time. And the factory's point is that they're far away from Baikonur, and they're even further away from Vostochny, where their new spaceport is. The reason why they build the Proton the way that they do is so it can be transported via train, because there's no infrastructure between where the factories are and where the launch site is out in the middle of nowhere on the Kazakh steppe, where Baikonur is. It's a long way away. It would be like NASA manufacturing SLS, right? And launching it from Edwards Air Force Base. There's not really a lot of infrastructure to move an SLS core out there. You need the barge. You need Pegasus to do that. There's no rivers near Edwards Air Force Base. Last time I checked. So the reason why Proton looks like it's a bunch of smaller rocket fuel tanks strapped together, why it looks like it has a bunch of boosters attached to the side, is because basically it does. But they're just fuel tanks that stay there. That's it. RS-25 live test. Okay. I like Proton. I think it's a very good rocket for what it is. I think it's a very good launch vehicle. Very underrated. So basically due to logistics. That's right, Baz. Speaking of very good rocket engines, NASA is conducting a live fire test of an RS-25E here on the A2 test stand. Yeah, hypergols would be the problem, Switch-Yo. Hypergols notwithstanding, Proton's a great piece of equipment. The other cool thing about Proton, guys, is that it uses a downward-facing umbilical. Proton is actually fueled from the bottom, not from the sides like a regular rocket. Starship will be doing something similar to that if I'm thinking about it right. Now the UR-700, Colomene had a better idea, Alex. UR-700 though looks like untitled spacecraft, if you catch my drift. Okay, so this is a live test of an RS-25 here. This is an RS-25E, a next generation motor for SLS. I would turn it up, but... So we're 175 seconds into the test here. How long is that? So 3 minutes into flight here. So this thing's probably... Great camera. This thing's probably going to go for another 5 minutes. Isn't the Falcon 9 partially like that? Partially like what, Builder? UR-700 was an N1 competitor? Energia competitor, Alex. Can you guys just, headphone users, Cam, I saw it. We literally just got through talking about Proton. The umbilicals are on the sides, Miller. I got you. Come on. I like this. I don't like that. I don't like that over there. I like this. Not so much over there. That's annoying. This is cool. Annoying. Cool. Annoying. Cool. Is there any visual difference between a 25 and a 25E? Yeah, Swishio, there is, but to the untrained eye, you wouldn't know the difference. But there definitely is. What's that over there? The A3 test stand. What's the difference between an 8-minute hot fire and a 0.5-second static fire that NASA does? SpaceX does hot fires like this, Trog. Every Merlin 1 engine is Merlin 1 engine vacuum or Merlin 1D is put through a test like this at McGregor. Yeah, ask anybody that lives near here. Near there, you hear the rumbles all day long. So they hot fire them at McGregor. So, okay, say a Merlin 1D rolls off the assembly line at here, I'm just gonna put this up here. A Merlin 1D rolls off the assembly line at Hawthorne. First thing they do, they ship it to McGregor by itself. They fire it full duration on the test stand, just a single Merlin test stand. Package it up, send it back. They send it back to Hawthorne. They'll assemble it with 9 other engines in a first stage, or a single engine on the second stage. Then they send that back to McGregor. The first stage or second stage then does another full duration burn on the test stand at McGregor. The upper stage, they take the nozzle off and they put that on a test stand and they fire that. Full duration burns. Then they put them back together, and then from there they'll ship them to whatever launch site they need to go to. I'll tell you in a second, Sebi. So, SpaceX does this with every engine that they fly. That's why their engines are so reliable. NASA's doing the same thing. That's right, Aurelian, excuse me. I was about to say Aurelian. They're hitting the rocket exhaust. They're hitting the rocket exhaust, guys, with water as a sound suppressor, believe it or not. Sound suppressor. What are they doing there ready to test with their animals in the test zone? Call pest control, get the animals out, and then fire the engine. Yeah, this makes so much precipitation in the atmosphere that it causes rain. If you look over here, it's raining. Turn down for whoop, 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 whoop. And a turn line to it. We have flame out at 500 seconds there. Okay. Now the engine should gas purge here in a second. And watch, you'll see the frost go away on the nozzle. You'll see it just slowly go away because there's no liquid hydrogen in there anymore.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Pick up. So that was an 8.3 second burn. 8.3 second burn. 8.3 minute burn. So where are we at? So that was an 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Core stage. They were testing a core stage flight ascent profile here. That was full duration. Core stage, Schmerks. Yep. Sweet. Most excellent test there. All right, let's see the startup here. Damn, that's cool. So you guys are wondering what that other thing over there that I didn't like them showing was. That's the A3 test stand. The A3 test stand was made, it's the biggest rocket vacuum optimized rocket testing chamber around. It's designed to test upper stage engines. It was built for Constellation to design the J2X and was promptly used 3 times before the program was canceled. Yeah, that's good. Actually, they didn't even use it. They dry fired the engine somewhere else. Actually, if I'm remembering right, they fired the J2 engine 3 times, 3 hot fire tests like this before the program was canceled. What happened with this is that test stand, I didn't say it right, excuse me. That test stand was built for Constellation, and it was scheduled to be finished around 2014. Constellation got canceled, and one of the contractors said that is illegal. You can't cancel our $1 billion contract. I have already invested money into building this test stand. If you cancel the contract, I'm screwed. I will literally go bankrupt. The construction contractor. So he sued the government. Yeah. He sued them and he won. And they put legislature in to build the A3 test stand and then promptly, immediately abandon it in place. All right, Alex. Au revoir. Yeah, I don't like that. I like that it got built, and good on that contractor for having the stones to be like, nah, this is dumb. The Boca Tower might need to be taken down. How does a vacuum test stand work? That's not super intuitive to me. Okay, Swishio, how do you make low pressure? How do you make low pressure? Sounds like Rule 8 stuff. Oh, it's Rule 8 stuff. It'd have been cheaper just paying the contractor off. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. How do you move a lot of air real quick? Swish? Fire a rocket engine, dude. So, okay, think about this. You have a rocket engine firing. That rocket engine is going to move the air so much that it's going to create low pressure above it. Rockets, when they're going up into space, do this all the time. The flames seem to travel up the side of the rocket. Now, that's because the rocket's moving through the air. If you have a rocket that's stationary firing inside of a cylinder, right? It's going to suck the air down. So what do you do? What do you do to create low pressure? Put a funnel at the top. Seriously, put a funnel at the top. Put the rocket engine inside of a cylinder, right? And then have the cylinder converge and have a funnel at the very top. That funnel will suck in the air, right? And then the air will immediately expand, creating extremely low pressure. It'll create a vacuum. Yeah, just like a vacuum cleaner, same thing. Wouldn't the exhaust fill the chamber? So what? It's about testing the engine. Who gives a crap what the exhaust does? Yeah, pretty crazy, right? That's it. That's all. I mean, I say, oh, that's all it is. Like that's some hard thing to accomplish. Yeah, you gotta take those gases and you gotta get rid of them somehow. You wouldn't have a vacuum anymore. Yeah, but the gases are being accelerated down, Swishio. So it still has to pull from somewhere. Yeah, the air is already moving down. When the gases come out, they just accelerate out the side. Yeah. Vacuum test chambers are cool, man. Really interesting stuff. Okay, you guys wanted me to see all manner of other tweets on top of the other things that I have, because apparently in the time that I've been running Space News, like 6 more things have come out about space. This is mostly dealing with SpaceX. That's okay. Linked again. That's linked again. I don't care. Let's link this. Okay, you just linked the same thing a bunch of times. Cool. Okay, cool. Got everything. It's just a giant vacuum cleaner, pretty much, T-Man. Venturis are awesome. Basically, to test a vacuum engine, you build a giant carburetor. Yeah, and where the fuel gets delivered, Tessa, that's where the rocket fuel comes out. Or the rocket propellants, or the gases. Yeah, exactly. It's just a giant vacuum cleaner. It's a giant freaking carburetor that has rocket fuel coming out it has rocket fuel, which is vaporized and combusted gases coming out one end. It's cool, man. Yeah, A3 test stand, dude. Really interesting piece of technology. It's the biggest one. That's the biggest rocket vacuum testing chamber ever devised. It was designed for the J2X. Smart. Let me see if I can show you all a picture of it real quick. Check it out, man. Look, big funnel at the top, dude. See? It's a big Venturi. It's a Venturi that's as big as a house. See? There's your propellant storage right there. And then the rocket fuel goes through a sound suppressor. It goes through this pipe, and this pipe dumps water into it, and the exhaust comes out over there. That's it. Yeah. You have to fire it in low pressure, or else the nozzle will break. Simply, no, don't get me wrong. It's not easy. Getting this diameter right is really, really important. Bit of luck, it'll be used for nuclear engine tests. Yeah, I hope so, man. Should have been used for the J2. They did fire the J2, but I believe that was at Marshall. Alright, so let's see. What else do we got here? Okay, somebody doing some Rule 8 stuff. More Rule 8 stuff. More bad news. Superman, but we'll get to that. Alright, what's going on here? The FAA warned SpaceX that due to the agency's ongoing environmental review, the massive Starship launch tower is yet unapproved and could need to be taken down. The company is building the tower at its own risk. The FAA's warning to SpaceX traces back to this letter in May, but the company has continued forward with work in the past few weeks. All right, let's read the context of this. This letter is in a response to your letter addressed to Stacy Z on April 6th, 2021. The FAA maintains its position that the recent activity related to construction of one of the proposed integration towers for Starship Super Heavy at the SpaceX Boca Chica launch site in Cameron County, Texas, may complicate the ongoing environmental review process for the Starship Super Heavy launch vehicle program, as well as current obligations under the National Historic Preservation Act, as outlined in my April 6, 2021 letter to you. Specifically, complications may arise during the ongoing Section 106 programmatic agreement discussion and visual impact analysis. Construction of the tower has come to the notice of at least one other signatory of the programmatic agreement based on publicly available video footage. Limitations on actions during the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA process. In your letter, you state that SpaceX does not believe that 40 Code of Federal Regulations 1506.1 applies because SpaceX only intends to use the integration tower for production, research, and development purposes and for not FAA licensed or permitted launches. However, SpaceX's project description in the Administrative Draft Programmatic Environmental Assessment provided to the FAA on May 5, 2021 indicates otherwise. The project description states, SpaceX is proposing to construct 2 permanent integration towers to integrate the Starship Super Heavy launch vehicle. Each tower would be approximately 395 feet tall, now 480 feet. SpaceX would construct 1 integration tower adjacent to Pad A and another adjacent to proposed Pad B. The launch vehicle would be integrated vertically on the launch pad. Super Heavy would be mated to the launch mount, following by Starship mating to Super Heavy. Figure 2.8 shows an integration tower and Starship Super Heavy on a launch mount. Until the integration towers are constructed and operational, SpaceX would use a 450-foot tall crane to integrate Starship and Super Heavy. SpaceX would store the crane in the northwest section of the VLA, figure 2.6, when not in use. The crane would stay up most of the time and would be lowered to approximately 250 feet during the launches. This text implies SpaceX would use integration towers for FAA licensed or permitted launches. Thus, the integration towers are directly related to the FAA's proposed federal action. The integration towers may be part of a license of application safety analysis. Further, your letter states that the integration tower would not be used for orbital operations unless such launch operations are reviewed and licensed by the FAA. This statement indicates SpaceX's plan to use the integration tower as part of FAA licensed or permitted Starship Super Heavy launches. The FAA once again reminds SpaceX that any action SpaceX takes to construct integration towers at the Boca Chica launch site or any other action in furtherance of the Starship Super Heavy launch vehicle program would not affect any future FAA decisions in the environmental or licensing process. Also, it is possible that changes would have to be made at the launch site, including to the integration towers, to mitigate significant impacts. He couldn't. He's a contractor to the DoD, Tessa. He couldn't move it off. He couldn't move it out of the U.S. No way. Starship is on the books for NASA. There's no way. It's not going to happen. Let me read the whole thing, Core, and then I'll get into it more. This is for a NASA contract. Inadvertently, Jim, yeah. Compliance with Section 106 Programmatic Agreement on the Memorandum of Agreement. The FAA acknowledges SpaceX's commitment to comply with stipulation IC of Section 106 Memorandum of Agreement, MOA. Your letter states that the integration tower would be painted a color to avoid or minimize visual impacts. If SpaceX is proposing a color other than cocoa or shadow gray, SpaceX must coordinate with the MOA signatories and invited signatories of the color. Failure to comply with the MOA is contradictory to the FAA's July 9, 2014 record of decision and may jeopardize your current license. I don't think we need to worry about that. The damn thing's gray. It's shadow gray. Finally, you recommend that the FAA could prepare a written reevaluation that would conclude supplemental environmental review of the integration tower is not required. Finally, you recommend that the FAA could prepare a rewritten evaluation that would conclude supplemental environmental review of the integration tower is not required. The FAA disagrees. Based on the description of the proposed integration towers, the criteria listed in FAA Order 10501F, paragraph 9-2C, would not be satisfied. A 480-foot tall integration tower is substantially taller than the water tower and lightning towers assessed in the 2014 Environmental Impact Statement, and requires further environmental review under the NEPA. Moreover, the 2014 EIS and the subsequent environmental reviews that the proposed WR would be evaluating is limited to the proposed action of issuing launch licenses and/or experimental permits related to the Falcon program and a variety of reusable suborbital launch vehicles. Based on the FAA's current understanding, the integration tower would be related to the orbital launch of the Super Heavy vehicle, including landing of stages, which is outside the scope of proposed action described in the 2014 EIS. For these reasons, a written reevaluation of 2014 EIS would not be appropriate. Can I read that again, fellas? Is that okay? See, the highlighted sections are, like, that's the thing, man. I don't like reading highlighted sections. Reading highlighted sections, it's very easy to take stuff out of context. That's super important. You got to read the whole thing to understand what this means. Okay? OBS looking logo. Yeah, it kind of does look like OBS, doesn't it? That's the DOT logo. Office of Commercial Space Transportation, 800 Independence Avenue. Okay. In your letter, you state that SpaceX does not believe that 40 Code of Regulation CFR 1506.1 applies because SpaceX only intends to use the integration tower for production, research, and development purposes and not for FAA licensed or permitted launches. However, SpaceX's project description and the administrative draft programmatic environmental assessment provided to the FAA on May 5, 2021 indicates otherwise. The project description states, this text implies that SpaceX would use the integration towers for FAA licensed or permitted launches. Thus, the integration towers are directly related to the FAA's proposed federal action. All right. So, okay, what this basically says, long story short, is keep in mind, I'm not the best legal speaker here. There's a tower in the middle of nowhere. What's the impact? Well, okay, look. I want to stick it to the environmental people as much as I possibly can, but hear me out here. So this is a National Historic Register. It's the Rio Grande Valley. It's federal territory. It's like a national park. And when I said I wanted to stick it to the environmental people, I don't mean that, but you know what I mean. It's like So first of all, this isn't some activist group, all right? This is the FAA, okay? This is the FAA. You can sit here and you can harp on government agencies as much as the next guy, but the FAA is the reason why the airline industry is as good as it is and as safe as it is. The reason why I can go down to the airport, pay like $120 and get on a plane and go to Los Angeles is because of the FAA, okay? Or Florida, or Texas, right? Now, what this essentially says is that, see, this, keep in mind, this was on May 6th. So the tower wasn't even, I mean, it was barely, well, not barely started. I think they had like 1 or 2 sections up by then, right? SpaceX basically states that, you know, for this orbital launch test, it's not going to be like an FAA launch. It's going to be a test launch. But their paperwork says that the pad is going to be used for FAA-certed launches. So what does this mean? In 2017 and 2018, under, I think it was, no, not Transitional Authorization Act. I'm trying to remember the act off the top of my head. I forget the cited specific source. Long story short, in 2018, there was a consolidation, not deregulation. You still have to do the same stuff to launch something into space, but it's all under one roof now. There was a consolidation of all the things that you needed to do and all the people that you needed to communicate with to launch something into space. They consolidated it all under the FAA. Okay, so the FAA now controls the rocket launches, building a launch site, stuff like that, just like they would control airplanes taking off and landing, right? And airport construction, right? Every airport has to be constructed to a certain standard, right? So this was basically all transferred to the FAA, because before that, if you wanted to launch something into space, you had to talk to, let's see, off the top of my head, you had to talk to the testing range. So if you wanted to launch something, a commercial payload out of Cape Canaveral, you'd have to file paperwork with the Eastern Testing Range, the Air Force, which is the ETR, that's MILA, that's the Eastern Testing Range, okay? So that's one. You'd have to file with the Air Force. You have to file with the FCC for your antennas. You'd have to file with the NOAA about environmental impact. You'd have to file with the EPA for the pad to make sure that the pad isn't contaminating a national wildlife refuge. The Rio Grande Valley is also a wildlife refuge as well, just like Merritt Island is. And then what after that? There was one more. So the Eastern Testing Range, the NOAA, the FCC for the antennas and communications, the EPA, and then there was one after that. Basically, you'd have to go to like 5 different government agencies to basically file the same thing 5 freaking times. Now the FAA handles it. And the idea behind this is to bolster commercial space, to make it easier, basically a one-stop shop for everything that you need. You only need to file paperwork with the FAA, and the FAA will handle, sending it out to all these other agencies, just like what they do with airplanes. The idea is that rocket launches are becoming more frequent, and the legislature that we had regarding rocket launches makes sense if you're launching like 5 times a year. But it doesn't make sense if you're launching every day or every week like SpaceX does, or anybody else in this rapidly changing space launch environment. Now, on top of that, this consolidation under the FAA also has to do, like I said, with EIRs, environmental impact, and it also has to do with rapid prototyping. The new legislature allows for a system, if you're doing rapid prototyping like SpaceX, to be able to apply for licenses very quickly. It's a consolidated system. Once again, you still have to jump through the same hoops, and this paper is an example of that. But there's only one intermediary between you and actually launching, not like 6 or 7 like there was before. Notoriously, there was a mission that SpaceX launched out of Vandenberg in like 2018, and they had to stop the webcast during mid-ascent of the rocket because the NOAA, because they didn't file the paperwork with the NOAA in time, and the NOAA said, no, you can't live stream from this area. So SpaceX shut a webcast off of a Falcon 9 going up into space because the NOAA said they couldn't. said they couldn't film that part of space. That's a true story, and no, that's not an exaggeration. SpaceX didn't even notify the FAA that they already started putting the tower together. Adding the FAA learned of the tower's construction based on publicly available video footage. Now, Thomas, in terms of the tower construction, SpaceX, it sounds like SpaceX tried to use a little bit of a loophole here. They tried to say that, yeah, we're going to build this tower that we agreed on building, but we're not going to use it for FAA launches. We're going to use it for R&D. And that's why it's important to mention that rapid prototyping thing, okay? Because if you're going to do an official launch like a Falcon 9 launch, you do this type of paperwork. If you're going to do rapid development and testing, Starship, so SN5, SN6, SN8, SN9, SN10, 11, and 15, like that, that's a different thing, dude. It's different. SpaceX is trying to state that the tower and launch pad that they built, that's designed for these launches over here, for official launches, like real ones that go into space, because they're still using it for an orbital R&D flight test, they can build it using this set of rules over here, because they're doing R&D from the test stand, even though that R&D includes an orbital flight test. Now, EJ, how many hours did you do on Europa? I hear the combat with the ice worms is nasty. I've survived three tours, SCV. Good to go, sir. Yeah, I bet you it's NASA spaceflight or Lab Padre, right? I remember the mess that it caused. So, yeah. Yeah, tuning, I mean, that kind of stuff happens all the time. So, it sounds like SpaceX is saying, well, we're using it for research and development flights. It's not an official FAA flight. And the FAA is saying, no, you're not. You're using it to launch into orbit. To launch into orbit, you need to use different, there's different testing criteria for that. There's different paperwork for that. And space, it sounds like, so, okay, here's the thing, fellas, all right? Here's the thing. The thing about legal speak, okay, and legal, like legislation. Legislation is all based in legal speak is what I call it. It's so it's centered around law because legislation is law, right? The thing about legal speak is that, and the thing about bureaucracy, and I think this is notoriously inefficient and I don't like it, but it is important to understand it, okay? The thing about this is that, look, man, look at the dates on this stuff. So, May 6th. It's July 14th. This was 2.5 months, well, two months ago and 1 week ago, okay? Now, I don't know where this document came from Mikey. I don't know where it came from. How did he obtain this article? Get off the screen. Legalese, yep. Sounds like SpaceX needs to get some better lawyers that'll check up on this stuff beforehand. I mean, demo, that could be a thing, sure. It's possible. I just want to know where they got these articles from. I want to see if it says it. That was when SN15 flew. They were already working on the orbital launch pad and orbital launch tower by then, Phil, but it wasn't close to being finished. Easier to ask for forgiveness. Yeah, kind of that, Black Cat, but also you don't ask for forgiveness from the friggin' government because they... Anyway. Clive, that's what I'm getting at. Only the first section was up. Does Mikey say where he got this? I'm trying to see where they got that document from. Where is this coming from? What is this? How did you get this? And why? I'm trying to read it fast, but when I read it fast like this, I usually miss it. No, get off the screen. Because this is clearly an internal email here. It's very clearly an internal email. How did you get this? Yeah, Crafter. Hey, everyone. What's going on? Sauce, Mikey. Where's the sauce? There's another link above the document. It traces back to this letter. And that... You just linked the same thing twice. Okay. Let me go over here. I'm just going to read this. I'm going to blaze through it real quick. The FAA last year began an environmental space system development facility as most companies set up plans for applies the license for the next generation of products for Boca Chica. Well, the FAA completed an environmental assessment of this area in 2014. The review was specific to SpaceX's much smaller Falcon series of rockets. SpaceX had conducted multiple short test flights of the Starship program the past year. However, the company needed to present an environmental review the license the next stage of the rockets testing. Company leadership said SpaceX is not really response to come for the FAA later. Yeah, he doesn't say. He doesn't say. They don't say where they got this. Where'd you get this from? How'd you get it? Guys, for all we... That was 2.5 months ago. SpaceX moves a little bit faster than that. For all we know, this could have been buttoned up by now. This could have been buttoned up. But I think if it could be, but it probably isn't. I mean, they wouldn't... Why? If it was buttoned up, they wouldn't even be reporting on it unless they went, lame... like lazy media reporting tier. And Mike doesn't do that. Mike Sheets is a good space reporter. He's very good. Where's this letter? Can we see it again? I will link the tweet with that in it. Why would that person leak it? It's now finished. All that's in the Reuters article about it. A May 6th letter from the FAA to SpaceX seen by Reuters. Okay. So, no... Yeah, okay, so it was leaked. All right. Good to know. All right, I'm thinking. Give me a second. I got to think about this one. So I know that there is a difference in FAA criteria for environmental impact. Launch site, building permits, etc., for when you're doing like an official mission, like a Falcon 9, like a Starlink mission, and when you're doing rapid prototyping. The nomenclature for rapid prototyping is completely different. It sounds like SpaceX filed this launch tower application, right, originally for regular missions, right? And then the design changed over time. It changed so much that SpaceX probably went and said, okay, we're going to need to use this for R&D first. Because May 6th was before Elon, it was right around when SN15 landed, right? May 6th was right around the time when they decided that they're going to go orbital, all right? That's not a coincidence. So it sounds like SpaceX shifted it. And the reason why I'm genuinely curious where this article comes from is because, okay, hear me out. Sometimes getting all that paperwork done takes more time. Yeah, that bureaucratic process, a real big pain in the butt, getting all the stupid freaking paperwork figured out. A case in point example would be, not necessarily to SpaceX, I guess this is more of an analogy. You ever get a delinquency notice on paying bills that you've paid in the mail when you paid for it via an online payment? That ever happen? That ever happen to anybody? You pay the bill, and then a week later you get something in the mail from your auto insurance or your medical insurance saying that you risk canceling if you don't pay your bill by 6 days ago. Okay. Look, the long story short is that I know enough about legalese, I guess, to know that something, especially when it's coming from SpaceX, is not 2 months ago. All right, SpaceX does a lot of things, but they keep up with their paperwork. In fact, they keep up with their paperwork so well that Elon said the government doesn't keep up with their paperwork that they file. I guarantee SpaceX files a ton of paperwork for every single launch. The government can't keep up with them. It's not vice versa. Elon has said this multiple times. So, my guess is that SpaceX had probably already filed the paperwork for R&D for this tower. They already filed it for R&D instead of official launches. And the FAA saw the tower being built and said, "Hey, wait, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not for R&D. You can't do that. This is different than what you proposed in this." And then SpaceX probably said in the email replying to that, saying, "Look, we've decided to switch Starship Super Heavy over to R&D and shoot for an orbital flight test. And if we file it under R&D, it doesn't break any laws. The R&D stuff says we can build a launch tower this big. And we could use probably a pre-existing environmental impact assessment because it's under the rapid prototyping section of the FAA's governance to launching up into space, not under official missions." I'm pretty damn sure that that's what's going on here. I mean, I don't know for sure, but the fact that nobody is saying where this document comes from is a little concerning. And I'm not going to sit here and say that the validity of this document is not real. It's probably real, but you're only seeing one very specific picture here. If I had the whole set of paperwork here of this entire email chain going back and forth between SpaceX and the FAA, I guarantee you, we'd figure it would make sense. Literally, SpaceX moves too fast for the government, not vice versa. Now, the second EIR in that letter, which says that, they say that the launch tower is violating EIR because the FAA approved the environmental impact assessment for a Falcon 9 pad to be built there in 2014, and this isn't a Falcon 9 pad, so they need to do another assessment, right? Well, SpaceX basically probably filed the paperwork a week before this letter was freaking written about switching the tower over to an R&D thing so they could get that orbital flight test figured out. Government is big on detailing what you're going to do, then doing exactly that. It says that SpaceX's letter said the integration tower will be used for orbital operations unless such operations are reviewed and licensed by the FAA. The FAA apparently hasn't reviewed their plans since they decided to do an orbital test. Novus, but I know you're right. But I know that SpaceX, the R&D prototyping with the FAA, the rapid prototyping, the stuff that Elon was whining about on Twitter a couple months ago, when SN15 and the whole thing with not launching SN8 without a license, which was dumb. No, that turns out SpaceX is better at paperwork than the damn government is. And everybody's like, "Oh, they launched without a license." No, they didn't. They applied for a different license. This rapid prototyping thing with the FAA, it seems like SpaceX understands that better than the FAA does. That's just the vibe that I'm getting here. I could be wrong in my assessment. It's from March 16th. What am I looking at there, Toasted? According to this, SpaceX said the integration tower would not be used for orbital tests unless the FAA reviews it. Orbital tests, Novus? Is that what it says? Let me take a look. The construction approval for the tower. Orbital operations, top of part 2. Page 2. Oh, okay, yeah. The integration tower would not be used for orbital operations unless such launch operations are reviewed and licensed by the FAA. This statement indicates that SpaceX's plan to use the integration tower as part of the FAA license or permitted Starship Super. The integration tower would not be used for orbital operations unless such launch operations are reviewed and licensed by the FAA. They could license under FAA's rapid prototyping, dude, and I'm pretty sure that's what they did. Toasted, you said you have the construction approval for the tower there. Determination and no hazard to air navigation. Yeah, Wookie, this is for no hazard of air navigation. Unfortunately, with legalese, you have to be very specific, like what Novus is saying. SpaceX is proposing a 469-foot tall launch tower with a 10-foot lightning rod to lift its new rocket and booster on the launch mount to catch super heavy booster upon launch. Tower will be constructed out of structural steel trusses to allow the mechanical arms to lift vehicles. Is there anything about an EIR here? Yeah, this is not an environmental impact, so this is for air navigation. Good find, nonetheless. Good find because that means, so you know what this tells me? That SpaceX is doing the paperwork. There's no freaking way that they would just do this and not another one. I guarantee there's no way they wouldn't file the EIR with the FAA, but file the air navigation hazard paperwork with the FAA. That makes no sense. Read more on the other page. This aeronautical study revealed that the structure does not exceed obstruction standards. That was part 2 of that document, and would not be a hazard to air navigation provided the following conditions, if any, are met. As a condition to this determination, the structure is to be marked lighted in accordance with the FAA Advisory Circular 70/7460-1M, obstruction marking and lighting, a 24-hour MED strobes, chapters 4, 6, MIWOL, and section 15. Any failure or malfunction that lasts more than 30 minutes and affects a top light or flashing obstruction light, regardless of position, should be reported immediately. Okay. Okay, there's another section saying they have to work with the FCC to make sure the thing doesn't do antenna things, right? They have to tell the FAA if they're getting rid of it so they can update the air maps. Hey, Alucard, what's going on? Yeah, I don't see much else here. Last, they have to get them to review whatever they got now. Yeah, but Novus, this was 2 months ago, man. I'm telling you that. See, that's why I want to know the source of this article, because Mike reported about this, Joey reported about this, and Christian Davenport reported about this. Why? Where does this document come from? Is there any way to prove that this is even still going on? For all we know, the FAA has conducted an environmental impact statement already and approved it. Look, all right, hang on one second. Let me read what Tessa says. Tessa, what are you saying? What is the bet that the FAA saying you can't do that? You didn't apply for the license, and SpaceX saying sure we did. We filled that out 2 weeks ago. The FAA would get around to reading their mail until it's at least 3 weeks old. Tessa, it goes back to the delinquency notice thing that I'm telling you that I'm trying to say. Like, you get a delinquency notice saying that your policy for insurance is going to get canceled. I get them all the time. I get the freaking things all the time. I keep up with my bills for car insurance, but the second I hit, like, say my bill is due tomorrow, I would have paid it 2 days ago, but it would have been enough in the system to trigger a delinquency notice. And then I get something in the mail saying, your automotive insurance has been canceled. And I'm like, what the heck? And I open it up and it says, nah, just kidding. You have to pay the bill by here. And I'm like, I already paid this. Damn it. Stop wasting paper. That's what's going on. You know how I know? Look, SpaceX does a lot of things, but they know that they have to play the paperwork game. They have to. And as much as we want to say that SpaceX, with their cavalier attitude towards testing and going faster than everybody else, I've never ever seen them. It's very, well, I'm not going to say that I've never seen them. There's been some things here and there. But I've, like, not filing the paperwork with the NOAA for that launch out of Vandenberg. Right? And then the stuff that went down with the Starship with 8 and with 15 when they went to launch it, and 11 and all these other ones, right? The bottom line is that, I mean, they're pretty damn good about it, dude. Considering how often SpaceX launches, we very rarely ever hear stuff like this. Dude, I want to know where this document came from, and I want to know why. Because there's no way SpaceX would move all those damn segments to the tower, start building it, and even bother trying to build the dang thing if they didn't get the paperwork to do so. It's the same thing with SN8. When everybody reported SpaceX launched SN8 without the FAA's approval, they launched it without a license. No, that's not what happened. That is not what happened at all. No. That's not what that did. That's not what that did. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. SpaceX launched SN8 and they did have the approval. The FAA guy was late. There's no way SpaceX would even bother constructing that thing if they weren't sure. You don't build a damn skyscraper without the paperwork, because if you have to take it down, then you're wasting money. There's no freaking way. I think SpaceX figured out a better path to do it by filing the tower in the EIR under the rapid prototyping, so research and development. Now, whether the FAA says that an orbital flight is research and development or orbital test or an orbital operation, I don't know. But once again, this was 2 months ago, dude. For all we know, this is dead and buried. Here's the one for the Lever 11,000. See, they have all the paperwork for all the dang cranes. The document in the tweet sounds like it's a letter from the FAA in response to a letter from SpaceX explaining why they should be able to continue with construction. It sounds like a miscommunication, not a big deal. That dead and buried, Baz, not Dean and Barry. God dang it. Novus, I agree with you. This is nothing. Look, I'm not a legal expert, but I know enough about it. This is nothing. This is a nothing burger. I'm 100%. Well, not 100. I'd say I'm like 90% sure here. There's like pulling your leg. I'm like, Baz, what are you talking about? I'm pretty sure this is nothing. Which begs the question now. I want to know. The questions that I'd be asking here isn't whether SpaceX has authorization to build that tower or not. If they didn't have authorization, the government would shut them down. There would be, because one thing we all know is that when you do something that the government doesn't like, they'll come to you. Yeah, they'll come to you. Yeah, that's what they do. Hit piece? I don't know, Phil. I want to know where this document came from, and I want to know why 3 different reporters from 3 different news organizations are reporting it all at the same time. What the hell's going on here? Where did this thing come from? Where'd you get this from? Why? Why would someone release this now? Nothing burger or bureaucrat sandwich? Well, tuning, long story short, this is a... Yeah, Bezos sent it. Yeah. If you were doing something that you don't like, that the government didn't like, believe me. You ever seen Ghostbusters? You ever see Ghostbusters with the containment thing in the basement? And the EPA guy? My name is Peck. I want to know what you do here, Dr. Venkman. Everything was fine here until Dickless shut off the power grid. Is that true? Yes. This man has no dick. Every time EJ says long story short, take a drink. All right, Jim, let's play this game. Long story short, 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 long story short. Enjoy your night. Have a good night. Hope you don't have a headache in the morning. Damn it, AJ, you beat me to the quote. Well, Tessa, that's what I'm saying. If there was really a problem here, SpaceX would have a bunch of government vehicles showing up at Starbase, and they would have said, nope, you can't do this. And we would have seen it on NASA spaceflight. You guys got to remember, they got to go through the county, and to get the road closures and everything, somebody would have stopped this. Somebody would have stopped that tower from being built if it violated an EIR. That's what I'm saying. So there's no freaking way. There's no way that they're going to take that damn tower down. I'm, once again, 90% sure on this. Like, I'm not a lawyer by any means, but I watched Better Call Saul once, okay? And My Cousin Vinny. No, jokes aside. SpaceX wouldn't build the tower if they didn't have the permit to. Why would you risk millions of dollars, like, doing that? I bet SpaceX has an army of lawyers making sure things are right. Yeah, lawyers and lobbyists, Endo, which basically are the same thing. Government, SpaceX calls it government affairs. Yeah. Nice. I see what you did there. So, which goes back to the bigger question. Why is this document here, and where did it come from? Pause attraction. That's right, Tesla. Yeah, the tower has pause attraction. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't leave those marks. You can't make those marks without pausing. It's also one of the first commercial launch complexes. There will be a lot of fluid stuff that they have to work out as time goes on. It's all new for everybody, which is why when SpaceX, Phil, I think when SpaceX wanted to go for, the orbital launch capability after doing SN15 testing, they said they switched it from operational on-orbit missions to R&D and then filed an EIR with the tower like that, which means this document is null and void because there's, like I said, the government wouldn't let them just build this. They wouldn't just let them build this out of the blue and have everything be fine. There's not a chance in hell. They would have stopped them, just like Peck and the EPA and Ghostbusters. No friggin' way. I want to know what you do here. And if SpaceX forced the issue, then they really would have made them stop, because that's what government does. That's what they do. Like, there's no, like, that's what they do. The crane would need moving permits. They'd have to file an FAA visibility thing for the crane, like what Toasted Wookiee licked. There's no way. This is nothing. It's nothing. Which, once again, and I'll say this for the last time, this brings me back to the point. Where'd this article come from? Where'd that note come from? How'd you get this? How did you get this, and why are you reporting on it now? We just did 30 minutes of good research and came up with a pretty accurate thesis on what's probably going on. Why did we get this here, and why did we get this now? Why? Right, Ando? Exactly. Why don't I build this crane in a big hole? Yeah, right? Crane is fine, not near an airport. They had to file for it, Goalie. It's near Brownsville Airport. Close enough to be a visual aid, right? Because it's on maps, right? Because it generates clicks. Surely they wouldn't grant a permit for the crane to build something that they're not allowed to. Exactly, Pacey. Exactly. See what I'm talking about? There's no way. This article is DOA, man, and it's crazy because Mike reported it, and then Joey Roulette reported it, and then I think Joey Roulette reported it too, right? What bothers me is why the emails and phone numbers are not blacked out on that paper. See what I mean, Crownless? Now we've basically all but disproven that this is even a thing anymore. So now I'd be more curious to where everybody got this article from. Where'd you get it from? Oh, and you know what? You know what the answer is? Oh, I got it from a source. Yep. Bullcrap. Next news. Already covered that. Okay. Captain Crash 46-month resub. Does sound like wishful thinking of local SpaceX haters. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's on a federal wildlife refuge, Ando. So the locals have no jurisdiction there. It's in the Rio Grande Valley. That's a wildlife refuge. It's federal. So I don't know, maybe. Yeah, this is I don't know. I don't like that, man. I don't like that at all. A good reporter would have done that and protected his source or the people involved. So, and you know what, Crownless? You know what that tells me? A good reporter would have protected the source and blanked the names out, right? You know what that tells me? That guy whose name is on that letter is not involved with this leak or wherever that document came from. I'm not about to put the tinfoil hat on here, man, but I'm just going to call it like it is. This is frankly shit reporting. That's shit tier reporting, and I'm kind of disappointed. Anyway, moving on. A good reporter... All right, I already read that. Okay. What is the hose connected to the bottom of the boosters? The hose that is connected to the bottom of the boosters. That's the side of the booster, dude. It could be GN2. It could be a boil-off hose. I don't know. I'd have to go look. I'd have to go look closer. TJ's replying to that thread. Although it's a different country and company, Tesla did a lot of their Berlin Gigafactory without permits for almost a year at their own risk. The permits passed, but it's one of the many examples that Elon is no stranger to gambling with permits. Gambling with permits? Gambling with permits. Does that sound like someone who runs a billion-dollar company would do? Does that sound smart? It's not that they didn't gamble with permits. It's that the government goes too slow. SpaceX files the paperwork faster than they can deal with it. That's what's going on. SpaceX complies by everything. They comply by every EIR and everything. They do they cross their T's, dot the I's, and dot the J's. All right? The government just freaking can't keep up. They file all the paperwork. They just do it way too fast because Elon likes going fast. That's what's going on. It's not gambling on permits if you do all your homework. Good law is predictable. The letter was sent to Elon 2 months ago. Tesla goes too fast. They do their homework and they do it right. They're that kid that finishes the homework and asks for more homework assignments. And then the teacher's like, "Oh, class wants more homework? Let me give you more homework now." And the whole class is like, "No! Come on." All right, keep going. Representative, okay, so this is coming from Christian Davenport. Representative Aderholt is floating an amendment that would direct NASA to continue to fund Blue Origin and Dynetics and then pick a second HLS provider, which would fly on SLS Block 1B. Oh boy, more crap tier stuff. Let's take a bite of this big crap sandwich. Let's go. Whew. All right. So first of all, this is legalese, man. It's one excerpt from a whole bigger thing, and you got to understand that this is probably not out of context per se, but in order to really understand the meaning of these words in legalese, you have to read the whole thing. You don't read a chapter from a book and say you're an expert on the book. You know what I'm saying? Unless you have Cliff Notes. Woo! There's no Cliff Notes in law, though. Anyway, directing NASA to select additional HLS provider and continue work on the space launch system cargo variant. Rocky Guy, that sounds about right. Yes, Rex, exactly right. Upon the enactment of this act, NASA shall utilize next step funding to sustain development work by 2 offerers whose existing designs have made it through a preliminary design review, PDR, and as soon as practicable shall select a second HLS provider in fiscal year 2022, which will utilize an SLS Block 1B rocket for transporting the lander on a demonstration flight with no prejudice towards future competitive proposals, and for which which provider there will be a minimum of $250 million in addition to unobligated fiscal year 2021 funds. Further, NASA shall make the first flight SLS Block 1B available as a government-furnished equipment to the selected HLS provider. Further, NASA shall invest in interoperability capabilities for HLS, science, and other exploration missions by 1. Accelerating tooling and installation of the SLS production rate. 2. By proceeding with development of an 8.4 meter cargo fairing variant in support of SLS evolution and noted on the NASA website in September of 2020. 3. And by designating no fewer than 1 cargo-only Block 1B flight no later than 2032. The mission through which is to be determined by the NASA administrator. Donate that. No, Mr. Bond, he said earlier, didn't he, that the bureaucracy around SpaceX launches is designed for dealing with a slow handful of big industry launches. It's something like that. SpaceX is way outside what the regulatory body was designed for. The FAA is trying to keep up, Mr. Bond, and they're doing better than most, to be honest with you. I don't hate the FAA from this, and I don't hate SpaceX from this. I'm pretty sure that what I'm trying to say is that this problem was probably already solved. I agree. SpaceX probably dealt with this correctly. But the only hole in your... Oh, gosh. That's the end of the space news, Jans. The only hole in your argument is that you can't file the paperwork and proceed with the work. You need to wait for the approval, typically, no matter how slow the other party is. In construction, I can't just propose a change or issue an RFI and just proceed with it since it's filed. Yeah, Tig, that's fair. Tig, I agree, right? And I agree because gambling with permits? No. No. Not gambling with permits. That's not how this... Nobody gambles with a permit. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's a very good point. Ignoring anything else, this sounds like it gives SLS a higher launch cadence. Doesn't that make SLS cheaper? It will over time, KSP. Yeah, absolutely. So I found the tower filing. There's your tower filing. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's the hazard to air nav. That's not the EIR, which is what they're talking about, Thomas. Bureaucracy. Details matter. Pain in the butt. I would like to see more push with a tighter timeline for sustainable pressure presence, but I'll take it. I'm with you there, Rocket Guy. 2032 for the Block 1B cargo variant? No. 2026. Actually, screw that. 2024. Yeah, you're right. I'm with you on that one. Gambling with a permit. Yeah, Tig, you're right. Nobody gambles with permits. Who the hell says that crap? That doesn't seem bad per se. They want a reason to fly and test Block 1B. They also want to make sure we have a second lander. Yeah, Loopy, I have no problem with that amendment. I think Rich Aderhold is absolutely on par. They're trying... I'm sure some people will look at this and be like, no, SLS, man. But what they're trying to do is lower the cost of SLS. They're trying to put more SLS missions on the manifest to build out a sustainable lunar architecture over the next 5 years. Anybody that can... If there's anybody out there that can try and tell me that try and prove to me that's a bad thing and actually do it, I'd be very impressed. Michoud needs to be retooled to support 3 SLS launches per year. Retool High Bay 1, build ML2, please. Well, it seems like they're laying the groundwork for that, Ian. What are you going to build in 3 years for a 1B cargo mission? That would be a very fast turnaround time. Dianetics lander or National Team's lander demo? Yep. It literally killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and it gets them a test flight for Block 1B. Yep. If you scroll to the bottom, there hasn't been any changes to the original EIS from 2014 since December of 2020. Yeah, but Toasted, you got to remember that's for operation. That's for on-orbit missions, not test flights. The test flight nomenclature is different because it allows for rapid prototyping. The orbital launch nomenclature is different. It exists more like old stuff. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a difference. There's a difference between this. The rapid prototyping rules are over here, and the on-orbit testing, the on-orbit operation rules are over here. SpaceX, it seems like SpaceX switched the tower, pad A, they switched that from over here to over here. And it sounds like the FAA went, wait, what? But the point is, at the end of the day, dude, they wouldn't be building it if they weren't approved to build it. That's not how, Tigaboo is right. That is not how that works. No way. You don't file the paperwork and say, nah, it's fine, and gamble on it and then build something. That's not how construction works. Yeah, it's a once around, Pacey, so it's not totally orbital. That's right. That is the EIR statement for the Boca Chica launch site overall. I wonder if if the EIRs are different for testing. I mean, Toasted, I would say that they are because SN11 blew up. SN11 blew up trying to land in scattered parts with like a mile radius, and I'm pretty sure the testing criteria is different than the launching criteria, if you catch my drift. I think SpaceX just said that our orbital mission is a test, so we can use the rapid prototyping and testing criteria, which explains Elon's dissatisfaction with the FAA that he's had over the past couple of months, right? Some floor space opened up at Michoud once Omega didn't get selected. Novus, I want 5 SLS core stages in the pipe. I'm dead serious about that. 5 of them, right next to each other. 5. I want SLS launching 2 times a year. I want it launching 2 times a year. I want the second mobile launcher for Block 1B. We need that if we're gonna be serious about going to the moon. Starship notwithstanding, when I think about Starship and SLS both going to the moon, I think redundant dissimilar architecture, like what Atlas V with Starliner and Falcon 9 with Dragon do, right? You'd want 2 ways to get to the moon. That's once again, if we're serious about this, we would be building up, which is what Aderhold is doing. We would be building up SLS, and SpaceX would be ramping up Starship, and NASA would throw contracts to SpaceX for Starship, which they did. If we want to take this seriously, there's no other way to do this. You don't have a sustainable lunar program by launching SLS once a year. No, it's not happening. Yeah, I'm with you. The BOLE boosters require the new mobile launcher. So it seems like Florida Man is working with people to lay the groundwork to really ramp up our exploration of the moon, and then eventually going to Mars after that. No, not Bill Clinton. Bill Nelson, you dope. Even though they kind of sound the same. They have the same southern draw in their accent, even though Bill's from Arkansas and Bill's from Florida. I'm glad his support has continued through the transition. I'm with you on that, Novus. It seems like Bill is doing a lot of background stuff to get SLS sustainably on the menu. And yeah, that's what we need. If we're going to, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. If we're going to take lunar exploration seriously, SLS needs to launch at least 2 times a year. I would prefer 4 times a year. That would be the point where I would be like, yeah, that's good. Launch once every quarter. Moon missions take about 2 weeks. And if you're doing sustainable operations, stay out there for a month. One mission comes back, the next one launches. Oh, more like Bill Cosby. No, Bill Cosby is a completely different voice. Oh, God, Jeff. Jeez. All right, dudes. We didn't really get to much Starship stuff today, but they're moving the 8th tower segment, and an interesting thing to note is that thing that we saw with all those brackets got installed on the side of a nose cone, and somebody laser cut a Superman logo into the bracket. Florida or Florida? Florida. I say Florida. I should say Florida. Da 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 da. I get it because it flies through the air faster than a speeding bullet, right? Yeah. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Starship. I'll get into the Artemis 1 payloads when Orion is stacked, Chris. I want to just kind of cover it in one big space news segment when SLS is fully stacked. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wonder, what's the FEA on that look like? Good question. So Mike Baylor's reporting that the 8th segment was moved of the tower that SpaceX absolutely has permission to build. Yeah, you see what I did there? RGV has a picture of SN20 and GSE-3 in the mid-bay. 20 has a slew of tiles on it. You could say that 20 has a plethora of tiles. Would you say, chat, that I have a plethora of tiles? Chat, what is a plethora? What is it? Chat, why would you say that I have a plethora of tiles when you, in fact, do not know what a plethora is? I'm sure it's fine, Phil. Yeah, broke, right? Stop picking on poor Hefe. I'm not picking on Hefe. Chat! Hold up your hat! Higher! Higher! These are good rifles. SN20 has more tiles than my bathroom. Yeah, see, dude, there's actually a lot on there. Note that right here, the tiles go diagonally. See that? I wonder what that's about. Huh? Should I take the early morning bus to Port Canaveral tomorrow for a shortfall? Loopy, would I do that? I mean, I'll be honest, Loopy. You know, you got to take the bus. Me, I'd be rolling down there, and then I'd pull up and I'd take a picture of my car with the shortfall behind it. But the bus is good too. Yeah, dude, absolutely. Yeah, go take pictures of it, man. That thing is cool. It looks like a stealth boat. It's to go over the flap. Loopy, if I'm down there, man, I'm driving you to the DMV and we're getting you your license, man. It's non-negotiable. You'd also get a slice of key lime pie, so there's that as a bonus. I mean, pie is a good enough reason by itself, dude. Loopy, I'll take you to the DMV, man. I've been wanting some of that good Florida key lime pie company stuff. Yeah, no, dude, no. See, with the license, you can get key lime pie whenever you want. I mean, if we're talking pies, though, I'm vanilla as hell. Because I like apple pie with vanilla ice cream. You can see how it looks in this render. I spent... This is coming from Alexander Svan again. Oh, the DMV is like right around the corner. I just need to do all the required reading, and I've been putting that off. Screw that, dude. I'll teach you. Loopy, you know I'm a good teacher. I could get that, dude. I could teach you in a couple hours. Operating cars not hard. It's fun though. You'll enjoy it. Trust me. You'll have freedom. Freedom. All right. Pumpkin pie is good. Most pies are good. I have yet to find a pie that I don't like. So Alexander Svan worked on this, and he's working on a catch mechanism. These pivots are too close to each other. These pivots are... I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Thomas, is there any particular reason why everybody puts the hinges right here? Because if it was me, I would put the hinges out here, and I would have my hydraulics pushing from this point out, if it was me. Like the upper stage holder on the strongback, the strongback arms, literally that, but way bigger. Cow pies are pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, Rezel, you only know about cow pies if you're a farmer or you're from the Midwest. I'm not from the Midwest, so that means nothing to me. I know what it is. Senshai, I'm not sure how they'll solve the heat tiles, but I know that those tough rock tiles can take a lot more heat than a regular tile. I honestly think that the pivot points will be out here on the ends. I would put the pivot here, and then I would have a hydraulic push this way. Because this way right here, your hydraulic doesn't have that much moment over the pivot. So think about this. Think about the catch arms, right? Like a door, right? The hinge is here. If the hinge is here on the door, where would the doorknob be? Well, it'd be over here. That's where you have the most moment. You can push the door open with a finger. But if you try to push near here, right? You try to push near the hinge, you're going to have to push a lot harder. You need more torque, right? You need more torque to get more moment when you're closer to the pivot point. Now, these arms, with that being said, and I'm not trying to dump on Alex. This is a great render. You did a good job. I'm not trying to dump on Alex. I just don't think that this is going to look exactly like this. These arms need to move quick. They need to move fast. So you want to make sure that you have good moment. You're pushing on a point where you have a lot of good moment. So I'm thinking that the hinge is going to be out here, and the hydraulic will be pushing this way. The hydraulic in that design would be further away from the pivot, so the arms could move faster to catch a booster, right? That's why I look at all these, and everybody puts the hinges here. I'm interested to know if there's something that they don't know, or there's some piece of hardware that I haven't seen to show that that would be right there. Sounds to me like you should render it and post it on Twitter. Maybe we'll keep working on our Starship build, dude. Who knows? All right. Not only fast, but precise. That's right, Finn. Yeah, you have better control over the arms that way. Also, they need to be able to grab anything in the radius whose origin is offset from the tower. I designed those arms with the pivots as close to the rocket as possible to reduce the rotational moment. You would design those arms with the pivots as close as possible to reduce the rotational moment. Yeah, because you don't want to... Yeah, I know what you mean. To Catch a Booster sounds like a good movie about street racing. And nitrous, or showing how to catch a rocket when it falls. Hashtag shower thoughts. Cool. All right. Last bit of space news here. I'm going to skip the NSF video for the day. Here, last bit of good news. We'll end on a good note. NASA has identified the cause of the problem with the payload computer that suspended science operations on June 13 and has approved plans to switch to the backup hardware. These activities will begin tomorrow on the 15th. Cool. We about to get Hubble back, boys. Where's the force being applied? Upward against the fins or inward towards the grid fins? Where's the force being applied? Upward towards... upward against the fins or inward towards the grid fins? What's the fins, Phil? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by fins. I understand grid fins, but not fins. Where are the Finnish people in this design? The folding fins. Like the wing fins. Still does not help me. I do not know what you are saying. IKEA, that's Sweden, you dope. The flying flaps. I don't know why this is so difficult. Steering van. Are you talking about the catch arms? The catch arms? I need a launch pad that catches boosters like this, not like this or like this. Yeah, okay. So all right, I understand the context of what you mean. So let me read the question again. Where is the force being applied? Upward against the fins or inward towards the grid fins? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The weight that booster is putting on the fins are pushing up on the booster because of gravity. Thanks, Aurelian. Is it clasping or resting? Well, all right. I'm going to load up curve.